Активуємо лампочку, пишемо Channel 2 Invite. Лампочка включена. Це англійський канал, другий канал. Вмикаємо. Світиться англійська.
А скажіть, будь ласка, чи можна
Лампочка світиться Channel 2 In. Лампочка світиться англійська.
англійська дві лампочки, українська все одна. Ну так воно
Так.
у нас.
Світиться
Все.
англійська. Українська мова, українська мова, українська мова. Говорю українську мову. Якщо хочеш щось сказати, щоб я тебе почув, скажи в мікрофон. Українська мова, українська мова, українська мова. Українська мова, українська мова, українська мова. Українська мова, українська мова, українська мова. Якщо хочеш, щоб я тебе почув, говори в мікрофон. Українська мова, українська мова, Тут. Англійська мова. І зараз я знову чую сам себе. Англійська мова, англійська мова, англійська мова. Зараз не чую, зараз все добре.
1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3.
Good day, everyone, to online and on-site in Ukraine, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this important event.
Добре, що представники держави відгукнулися на те, щоб розповісти. Ми б хотіли на сьогоднішній день хочемо підняти дуже важливу тему для нашої країни це стійкість, так як виживання це одна з основних тем сьогоднішнього дня. Але розмова про те, що буде далі, що буде відбуватися з водою після того, країні. Ми існуємо з вересня місяця 23-го року, і всю нашу активність і зусилля. Доброго дня, вітаємо вас на конференції Української водної асоціації. Я президент асоціації, мене звуть Дмитро Тесля. Пару слів про нашу асоціацію. Вона створена для того, щоб підняти найважливіші питання в сфері води в нашій країні. Ми існуємо з вересня місяця 23-го року, і всю нашу активність і зусилля направляємо в напрямку розвитку сфери води, водопостачання, ресурсів води в Україні, обліку, керівництва водою. Те, що в нашій країні, ми вважаємо, відбувається не в найкращому рівні. І задача, яку ми ставимо перед собою на сьогоднішній день для обговорення на конференції, це якраз подивитися і побачити, як відбувається управління і керівництво водою, водними ресурсами, водопостачанням в нашій країні, трошки зачепити цю сферу. І ми вдячні на те, що представники держави відгукнулися на те, щоб розповісти нам більш детально про те, як це відбувається в нашій країні. Ми запросили дуже поважних гостей для того, щоб вони висвітлили такі важливі теми, як водопостачання, керівництво водними ресурсами. В інших країнах, я думаю, це буде дуже корисно для нас мати можливість порівняти те, що відбувається в нас, і те,
Доброго дня, шановні колеги. За 5 хвилин ми будемо розпочинатися. Чи є наші спікери першої панелі? Бачу всіх. Дякую. 5 хвилин.
Доброго дня, вітаємо вас на конференції Української водної асоціації. Я президент асоціації. Мене
Good afternoon.
Шановні гості,
Dear guests, dear friends, dear colleagues and counterparts, hello and welcome to our conference, The Recovery of Water Resources as the Concept of the Resilience of Ukraine. This conference has gathered a lot of specialists from the water industry, and we are very happy to welcome all of you, and we are happy to see that this has become a platform to unite the efforts of lots of different experts. We have academics here, scientists, representatives of governmental authorities, commercial sector representatives who are dealing with water supply issues in Ukraine. Actually, all of the entities and actors who are involved in the process of recovery and reforming water area in Ukraine. It's also a great pleasure for me to announce the presence here of Israeli embassy here, Ms. Svetlana, who is with us, and in line with us will be first of all the ambassador of Ukraine to the ambassador of Israel to Ukraine, Mr. Brovarskiy, and our Finnish colleagues and counterparts from different areas of economy and policymaking, friends, because my name is Leonid Butsura. I am in charge of the chair representing water issues of the Water Association, and in a certain extent, I'm a representative of this community because right now Ukraine is in conditions of war, and every day we have to think back to the boys and girls who are fighting for the freedom of our country on the front line. And therefore, I suggest that we should observe a moment of silence in order to remember those who have laid their lives in this war.
дякую.
Thank you.
Сьогодні в нас
Today, we are having a unique conference which is being broadcast to different continents. And of course, there's a time difference with our US counterparts, for example, who are the representatives of IT cluster, Freshwater for Ukraine, who are going to watch this conference in recording. But at the same time, this conference is being interpreted into English. Therefore, we are requesting all of the speakers to take that into account. Today's conference has united 5 different panels of discussion aiming at different target audiences. And for me, it's been a great pleasure to hear that we are going to have representatives of different Ukrainian communities participating here at the roundtable of mayors, who will also be participating in this conference in the afternoon. So do not be surprised if you get to see a variety of different participants today on our agenda. So I'm announcing the first panel, and I'm inviting here Mr. Igor Hopchuk, Deputy Head of the State Water Resources Agency of Ukraine, Mr. Andriy Vedmid, Deputy Director of the Department of Communal Services of the Ministry of Community Development, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine, and Ms. Olga Pazinich, the Head of the Department of Regulation of Agrarian Resources in the Ministry of Agrarian Policy and Food of Ukraine. Also, Mikhailo Yatsuk, the Director of the Institute of Water Problems and Reclamation of the National Academy of Agrarian Sciences of Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours. Naturally, the first floor should have been given to the president of the Ukrainian Water Association, Mr. Dmytro Tesla. However, today he is being involved in another very important diplomatic event. Therefore, we are going to hear from him online. Good morning. Greetings at this conference. Hello and welcome at this conference of the Ukrainian Water Association. I'm the president of this association. My name is Dmytro Tesla. Let me say a few words about our association, which was established in order to raise the most important issues in the area of water usage in our country. We have been in operation since the month of March 2023. All of our activities and efforts have been aimed at developing water, water supply, water resources in Ukraine, accounting, water management, everything which in our country is considered to be happening not at the best possible level. The task that we are faced with nowadays and the issues that we would like to raise at this conference are, first of all, to take a look at and to take stock of everything which is taking place in the management of water resources, water supply in our country. Also touch upon how this is being done in other countries. And we are very happy that different representatives of the government authorities have really taken this challenge. And we have invited a great number of honorable guests for them to throw light on some of the very important topics, those being water supply, managing water resources, the way that is happening in other countries abroad Ukraine. I think it's going to be extremely useful for us to be able to compare and collate what's happening with us, with what we are aspiring to at the country level. We would also like to raise another very important issue for our country, which is resilience, because survival is one of the core topics of the present day agenda. However, the conversation about what's going to happen next, what is going to happen to water after we have survived this war, after we have struggled for our independence, is one of the most important tasks for us to communicate about today. Now I would like to give the floor to Leonid Bitsura, who's going to moderate this conference. Unfortunately, I am not able to join you today. I will definitely be here physically at the conference on Thursday. So should you have any questions, should you wish to touch base on different topics and issues that we are raising today, you're welcome to come and see me on Thursday. Also, it's possible to get in touch with us. You will see all of the contact details, all of the telephone numbers. Please get involved in this movement, because we regard this topic to be of utmost importance for both our country and the whole society of Ukraine. Thank you very much indeed again for participating in today's conference. And of course, we wish you a fruitful and constructive day. Thank you. We're also joining all of the gratitudes to all of those who are present in this hall, and we very much look forward to constructive discussions, the sharing and swapping our opinions, being able to make different developments. Now we are giving the floor to Ihor Hopchak to represent the governmental opinion concerning the water policy making in Ukraine. Good morning, everyone present in this hall, dear colleagues, counterparts, and friends. I would like to thank the Ukrainian Water Association for this invitation extended to us. It's a great pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the Armed Forces of Ukraine for having this quiet opportunity to work here while they are fighting for our independence in conditions far from being quiet. I would like to start by saying that the water resources, since the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, have been playing a great deal of importance in the fortification, just like it was in the times of the Second World War, as well as now during the invasion of the Russian forces. The Irpin River has become a great fortifying force, and it stopped the Russian occupiers from coming to Kyiv, as well as other water reservoirs, technical fortifications, and ponds have also been applied. So we can say that water area contributes very much not only to the economy and the agrarian sector, but it's also rescuing our lives, literally. Another thing I would like to mention is that the State Agency on Water and Water Management Resources of Ukraine, being guided by the legislation of Ukraine, performs its all functions, and these functions as follows. First of all, we have to implement the strategy of water policies, and this is something which is being implemented via the plans for river basin management plans, starting with the year 2019, when we developed the schedule and approved that at the ministerial level, and the agency complied with all of the requirements timely. There was titanic amount of work to be carried out. Nowadays, these plans of RBM keys are right now posted on the site of the environmental policy, and there are different public discussions taking place. And the period of 6 months is already running its course. It's going to continue until the 21st of June. Different kinds of environmental assessments have already taken place. If you haven't had time to participate in that, in order to provide your visions and recommendations, you're welcome to join. Experts are working. They're introducing amendments. So we are hoping to come up with this very fine strategic document for river basin management plans. This is going to be a governmental policy-making document. In addition to that, it's very much pro-European because it has been done in full compliance with the river framework approved at the EU after all of our plans were fully fulfilled. The EU provided us with satisfactory marks, and this speaks in favor of the work that has been done. Some may be critical, but once again, a lot of work has been done by our experts. An early hydrologist may say, what kind of an agency or management agency is this if there is no possibility to manage water resources? But this is not a quite overarching and comprehensive document. It's a pro-European document which speaks about reaching good level of condition and state for surface and underground waters. In terms of managing river basins, we have conducted full assessment of those. We have identified different kinds of problems, pollution, what affects what. And the most important section, I believe, and I suppose the others will join me, the main action idea is the section concerning the activities and measures that need to be undertaken in order for us to achieve good state of surface and underground waters. And the first stage of that, if in the year 2024 this gets approved, in the year 2025 begins to implement that, and within 6 years it will be implemented. Then there will be another stage of assessment, and again we will be looking at what has been done, what hasn't been done. Other 3 stages will get into effect. So you can see it all reflected on the screen. You can see different numbers. We have 9 river basins in Ukraine, which divide into 9,173 basins of surface waters, 173 basins of underground waters. We have different pollutants coming from water treatment facilities, which require a lot of upgrading and additional equipment, hydromorphological changes, everything that takes place in the course of the river, climate change is another effect, and different kinds of diffusion, imperfections and pollutions. So we have 1,635 measures planned, and the cost of that is 336 billion Ukrainian hryvnias. And we are very much hoping that the European Union will be helping us with the funding, because it's the plan not only to run and manage these resources, but this is a governmental document which also aims for the period after the war. It will be one of the top priorities for the government, and then we will be able to reach out to the sponsors, our counterparts, as well as partners in Europe, because they will definitely request it from us in order to rebuild something or improve something. Have you included that into the plan of river basin management? And we very much hope that all of the measures have been included very properly, because it was developed at a cross-sectoral level with we engage different ministries, CSOs, different kinds of users. And if you get to hear about it for the first time, please have a look at that document and provide us with your recommendations. Next slide. Something else that our agency deals with is monitoring surface waters in particular. And here there are 4 agencies and entities: the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Subsoil Management, and some other ones. So each of them is responsible for their own areas, and we monitor surface waters, especially in the places of cross-border points as well as the places of water withdrawal. I think that I'm running out of time. I would like to speak more, but the seconds are ticking in away. One more thing that I would like to mention, speaking about the monitoring in particular, because this is of utmost importance, we have four powerful laboratories which are equipped in line and in compliance with the European requirements, two of which belong to the western area, which is based in Ivano-Frankivsk, and another one in Vyshgorod near Kyiv. And for the other two, we are planning to obtain the certificates and accredit these laboratories, one in Odessa, another one in the town of Slavyansk. All of those have been equipped with the state-of-the-art technology, and they're doing all of the measurements. And back in 2019, some screening measures were undertaken. If I'm not mistaken, more than 2,000 pollutants were screened, and different plans of activities were drawn up. So right now, all of these laboratories are looking into what else is needed. The analysis is sent, of course, to these four main laboratories. We also have 14 branch laboratories. They're weaker, but they are no worse, I would say, in regard to the chemical substances that they can analyze, and they work in emergency situations when we require different analysis, not only for monitoring purposes, but also for research and studies. Next point to mention, the next slide. Here it speaks about our major activities. As the agency, the State Water Agency is also to count different floods, inundations, and we definitely know that these are the most problematic areas. In particular, the Transcarpathia area, because there floods are common. Inundations take place on a frequent basis. We have an effective system to fight that. Of course, it hasn't been developed fully. There's always room for improvement, but we are working on that. And our Transcarpathian and Precarpathian areas are working a lot. Funding is sorely needed. And most importantly, we understand that every little helps, and every droplet of water can ruin even a rock. But right now, all of the money is being channeled to make sure that defense capacity of Ukraine is maintained. Of course, we are very much hoping for the European Union to provide us help in the post-war period. Water causes damage and harm not only in Transcarpathia, but also in Polisa in the south, as well as in the heart of Ukraine and woodland area. In addition to that, we have water reservoirs. In order to accumulate water, we have protective massives which defend and protect the population from any kind of harmful activity of the water, because particularly right now, during this unstable operations of the energy system, Ukhrhydroenergo has to work based on unconventional scenarios. Sometimes we go beyond our limitations, but our protective massives work and they handle the situation. Because water, basically, as an academic, on the one hand, the harmful effect of water sounds very distortive for me, because we are about 80% of water, and harmful effect of water is when I go to beat someone. It's when one water beats another water. But in fact, water does everything. It has to exist in that way. It's just that we people, we want to exercise our economic activities. We want to farm the land, and then we say that the water damages our activities. This is what we have to say. And something else, one of the major functions that we have to perform, my time is running out, but one of our major functions is to ensure the economy with the water resources, as well as the population with the water resources. And some of the major channels and canals that have been utilized for the distribution of water, the two canals, are being occupied right now. Others have been destroyed. Kakhovka was completely destroyed. It did not belong to our agency. Still, it is one of the largest water reservoirs that supplied water to the south and east of Ukraine, as well as the Autonomous Republic of Crimea for the agrarians and the industry purposes. This was a substantial loss, 18 billion cubic meters of water that could have been accumulated and then transferred. Therefore, right now we are suffering a lot, but our agency is also developing a concept and the program for water supply in these affected regions, affected by the hostilities, in order to make sure that regional and military administrations, users and academics and scientists get involved in different kinds of discussions that are needed. And we very much hope that we will reach, especially after the deoccupation, everything will be rebuilt. Therefore, the State Water Agency has all of the measures, has all of the experienced personnel, highly motivated personnel who are working despite all the odds, sometimes even outdated and obsolete equipment built back some 50 or 60 years ago. But due to titanic efforts of the people and fanatical loyalty, they have still preserved all of this equipment, and it keeps working and functioning. And with God's willing, we will be able to restore it all, as well as with the help of our international partners. We will bring it up to a much higher level. And other partners who are helping us will definitely say that Ukraine is serving a role model, and our agency is open to international cooperation. Thank you very much indeed for the time and your attention. Thank you.
Як представник Дністровської басейнової ради хочу сказати, що дійсно у нас відбувалися громадські обговорення. Дійсно хотілося б звернутися до всіх присутніх, попрацювати з нашими аудиторіями.
I suggest we start discussing our water environment so that we get suggestions. Obviously, everything won't be perfect, but we have to start with something. I am glad that we have here representatives of some state institutions who are related to water policies and our topic in particular. So I'm giving the floor to Mr. Andrei. Thank you. I don't have slides, but we manage utility services, and one of the most important service for a person is water supply and sewerage. Unfortunately, as of today, we have information as of 2022, and 88.3% of cities were supplied with water at that time, and 21.9% of villages were supplied, while only 74.8% had organized centralized sewerage. As of today, 80% of drinkable water are got from the sources, and only 20% are taken from the underground groundwater sources. And we are interested in the high quality of these waters and their amount, because it may happen that water decreases in quality, and we need a lot of chemical agents to purify this water and improve the quality. Chemical composition also has its effect, especially in southern regions. You all know that Mykolaiv city had a huge problem with water resource at the beginning of war, because a lot of infrastructure was damaged in the beginning of the invasion. They used to get water from Pivdennyi Bukh River, but it could no longer be purified, and it has an impact on the network that has to be replaced now. So these problems are very important, and as a main user of water resources, I hope that we can be called like that. We are the biggest user, while Hydroenergo uses water always as a mechanical element for its operation. Right. for its activities, but we are water users. So as the biggest user, we are very interested in replenishment of our waters and rivers so that they are as clear as possible, as clean as possible, and for them to be able to be consumed by people. At the same time, our enterprises are the biggest agents that pollute the rivers because not all the villages have centralized sewerage systems and some elements are thrown away, so they get to our sources, our underground resources, our rivers, either through drainage or other ways, and it worsens the state of the water resources. So we are trying to address this issue. Now, since the beginning of war, Ukrainian parliament adopted an important EU integration law, and as of today, the ministry has been working on a huge number of regulatory acts. Some of them are already adopted, others still require some additional work. But both for the consumers and for the enterprises, requirements have to be set as to the usage of waters and management of household waste. We need to be responsible while using the resources, and we need to understand that if we don't take the necessary steps to purify treated wastewater that have an impact on our water resources, unfortunately, we will leave bad heritage for our children in the sense. And as Ihor put it, what has an impact on the quality of water is climate change. And unfortunately, it influences the amount and the quality of waters. So we need to take speedy decisions and take revolutionary measures as to water supply and sewerage. And if, while speaking about water supply, we can see some development here, and we really pay attention to this area. Most of the settlements are interested in building centralized water supply systems, especially in the areas where there is a deficit of water resources. So they are highly interested in centralized water supply, while unfortunately centralized sewerage systems require huge investments, huge financing. And sometimes we can find sponsors or charitable organizations or international partners who will be able to build it for us, but no one will maintain it. For us, population doesn't want to ensure maintenance of this infrastructure. It requires a lot of efforts and, in particular, financial efforts. So if we don't take revolutionary steps and if we don't make everyone responsible for these aspects, unfortunately, I think that most of the steps planned by the programs can be failed. So we are working to make users, consumers responsible, as well as the enterprises. We propose amendments to the legislation, and we currently have a program for modernization of enterprises, which is being processed in the state authorities, and we hope for its adoption. And I think that our joint efforts will lead to a result, and at some point, our children will be proud of us as they will rest in recreation areas and drink clear water. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a complex and comprehensive issue. We know that there is a new European directive on wastewater. We also have new standards as to the water we can consume, and practice shows that not all elected people understand the importance of this issue, and environmental issues are not top 10 priorities of local self-governance bodies, but our task is to work with communities directly, with citizens, and develop this conscience of green approaches. Ms. Olha Pazinic also joined us today. She represents the Ministry of Agrarian Policy, and she also underwent training in Israel, and this ministry actually allowed 32 representatives of state authorities and local authorities to undergo this training. I hope that the pause we have in terms of these trainings will end very fast, and it will be renewed as soon as possible. So, Ms. Olha, please. Hello, dear participants of the conference. Thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity to give a speech. We actually can come to a conclusion that water resources are limited, and there are numerous users, and we might argue who is the biggest user, but we should acknowledge that we all use water resources. We might not even be conscious of how often we use water resources, because without it, we cannot make coffee, drink a cup of tea, or ensure our needs in the morning. So I would like to briefly describe the role of Ministry of Agrarian Policy in terms of water resources management. One of the main functions of this ministry is developing state agrarian policy, and quite recently, in 2021, this ministry got the respective functions in terms of land reclamation and irrigation systems. Ministry of Agrarian Policy got these functions instead of Ministry of Environment. To perform these duties, a resolution was adopted, number 714, and 39 systems of land reclamation were transferred from the State Water Agency to State Fishery Agency. To define the strategic directions of trade policy and ensure sustainable development of land management, the government adopted a strategy, and one of the goals of this strategy was to distinguish between the functions, and that's why the respective changes in two legislations were made related to the duties of the ministries. One of the main principles in the strategy is to stimulate investments in restorations of the existing infrastructure and development of potential of water users. As we all know, water is life. Without water, our country and the world in general can turn into a desert. According to the survey's data, in southern regions of Ukraine, due to the growing temperatures, there is a trend into transforming the space into the areas into deserts, and it influences the land treatment activities. So, to achieve sustainable functioning of agrarian area of Ukraine and ensure safety, we need to protect lands from pollution, and it is one of the tasks of our ministry. According to the strategy, we account for almost 5.5 million of hectares of lands, and actually only 134 hectares of lands are supplied with irrigation systems. The strategy names some areas as crisis ones. The engineering structure required restoration and modernization, in particular due to the consequences of the military aggression. And actually, treatment of these systems requires a lot of energy and requires modernization. We can really see the consequences of Kakhovka Dam destruction, and it has led to many irrigation systems being destroyed, and it is actually no longer a source of irrigation, not only for agrarian area, but for the population in general. As you can see from the slide, destruction of Kahomka Dam has left 94% of irrigation system without water. In 30% in Petrovsk region. Ecological and social problems that emerged after the Kakhovka Dam destruction harm agricultural activities. We can see salination of grounds, and there are huge risks of this huge steppe region being transformed into the half desert state. And producers and agricultural agents will see damages due to the lower amounts of harvest, and therefore the budgets will decrease, local and the state ones. I don't have a lot of time, so I will not speak in detail about the land reclamation in Ukraine, but we can see a huge impact of Russian aggression in Ukraine. As the world practices show, problems can be addressed not only in a centralized way, but also through active participation of civil society organizations. The world actively uses such a way as giving these functions of management to organizations of lower level. So one of the principles in the strategy was the creation of water users organizations. And in 2022, we adopted the law on the organization of water users and stimulating water reclamation. The creation of these organizations is an important component of successful business management because farmers and other users plan and divide water usage jointly. During 2022, relative legislation was adopted. I won't go into details of it, but it was related to the creation and functioning of the organizations of water users. As we can see, we have the biggest number of organizations in Cherkasy region, and there are different kinds of these organizations. Since I don't have a lot of time, I will conclude. On this slide, we can see information about the state support of agricultural enterprises, because without state support, it's very difficult for these organizations to conduct reconstruction and ensure sustainable agricultural activities. In 2021, the government adopted the resolution about the procedure for the usage of state funds for agricultural producers. Next slide, please. Also, Ministry of Agrarian Policy cooperates closely with international organizations to attract foreign investments. In particular, the ministry has been cooperating with the Ministry of Agriculture, Fishery and Forestry of Japan. After certain discussions and joint work, and the JICA agency supplied modern equipment, and it will be also supplied later for repairs and exploitation works at the infrastructure facilities. As I already said, some equipment was already supplied. This JICA agency also provides training for specialists, because they need to know how to rationally use this equipment. So our specialists will undergo training with the support of this foreign partner. We also cooperate with the USAID program. Last year, 4 complexes, agricultural complexes, received assistance. This year, competitive selection is being held for modernization and reconstruction of reclamation systems. That's it from me. And in the end, I would like to say that restoring hydro-technical reclamation in Ukraine is an important step, and we can only achieve it by joining our efforts and attracting foreign aid. Thank you.
Next to speak will be the representative of another ministry in order to assess and represent the actual state of affairs. We have a very well-qualified audience members in our midst today who know all about the vicissitudes, about the redistribution of powers and different internal nuances. We're not going to delve deep into that, but anyway, we very much hope that Mr. Mikhailo Yatsuk, who is the representative of the National Agrarian Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, will sum up and present his assessment of what is in stock for us. The next panel will also be targeting international experience. We'll be able to compare the status quo in Ukraine and be able to draw up our conclusions. So, Mr. Mikhailo, the floor is yours. Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, everyone. I thank the organizers for this possibility to speak in front of you at this distinguished panel, in front of such distinguished panelists. I've been asked to speak about the efficiency of state management of water resources in Ukraine. Our institute for many years has been participating in the development of legal framework and different bylaws in terms of shaping the governmental policies in this regard. And in this respect, we deal with a lot of issues, touching upon the rational utilization of water resources, monitoring issues, particularly the quality of water, surface water and melioration, making sure that drinking water is of adequate quality in terms of construction that is necessary also for state-of-the-art water management. Information management, when we speak about melioration and lands affected by that. So there is a certain vision and certain developments available, and I would like to share that with you, not as a summary, but to share with you the whole range of problems that we are faced with. I would like us to tackle all that through the prism of the water security, which is an element of national security. We have multiple challenges and threats faced by Ukraine. You can see them all on the slide. I'm not going to list them, but I would like to just mention that the bottom item is the military aggression of the Russian Federation, which is at the foreground nowadays. The rest of the challenges have been multiplied many-fold. These are new challenges, not only for, let's put it this way, for the whole government and the population, but also for the management, for the academic and scientific communities, for the expert community, which is also present in our midst, because we have to develop a new governmental policy and together brace in order to help the government to implement that. Today, we are faced with huge problems in terms of transforming the economy, the problems and issues which are to do with the number of those resources, because a great ratio of our population has left Ukraine. The geography has changed. The geography of economy, I mean, the geography of the population, and the workload has definitely changed. And Ms. Andriy has already spoken today about the water resources, both on surface and underground. We know that in Ukraine is pretty impoverished in terms of surface waters. Not in every region is there a chance for us even to have access to underground water resources, and it's another challenge for governmental authorities. Ms. Ola also spoke about the agrarian challenges, and a lot of them are also new because the regions that we have lost, they have represented the areas of melioration and irrigation, particularly the south of Ukraine, which ensured food security for Ukraine. And we ensured this food security not only for ourselves, but for the whole world. And we were able to witness that when grain corridors were malfunctioning. We saw what was happening worldwide due to the problems in Ukraine. So, of course, there are certain challenges and threats that need to be tackled. On the right-hand side of this slide, you can see the threat to the water ecosystems. We haven't become conscious of this yet. The resources, the number of resources, the water collection, and the amplitude of different kinds of phenomena, especially disaster phenomena, has increased. And we have to analyze that. Additionally, climate change shouldn't be disregarded. All of these droughts and floods, inundations, all of them also have a role to play, especially for ensuring the economic values. We have already spoken about the climate change, but let me once again reiterate and say that all of the scenarios that have been calculated by different kinds of scientists, they speak about the changes affecting the climate. All of the studies undertaken by the World Bank, particularly last year, demonstrated that we are faced with huge threats in terms of temperature rise and water provision, moisture provision for territories. We have calculated at our institute 1990 was the year when there was a peak in the development of Ukraine's economy. Then there was a certain decline to follow. And we calculated that climate change as of now means that 20 to 40 cubic million meters are being lost for the Ukraine's economy. And our institute, we have already calculated that we are going to see a constant steep rise in the number of the territories that will be suffering from moisture provision. And this is another challenge for our management system, for scientific and expert communities. Next slide. Even before the war, we were able to witness that we had new regions where climate change led to problems with water supply, and these areas are marked in red. Although we have 5 canals, water canals, that provided us with water supply, but near the Azov Sea, near the Black Sea, the Donbass, and even Mykolaiv region, the South Bug River area, which is scarce in water supplies, they have also suffered a lot from water shortages. So this is another shortage. We have to consider that in order to understand how we can better supply water and meet water needs of the population and industries placed there. Nowadays, our institute has made a lot of developments concerning the plans and measures in order to develop melioration, drainage in these regions. So we need to make sure that Polisa and the Danube areas definitely have to be involved, because these are our only sources that can enable us to improve the situation, especially in the south of Ukraine. Because recovering the abilities of Polisa will enable us to increase the water supply for the river Dnipro as well as the river Danube, thus tackling a lot of the problems accumulated in the south of Ukraine. So we have to be mindful also within the conditions of war about deoccupation and making sure that the Autonomous Republic of Crimea will also have to be provided with water. Next slide. Here at our institute, we calculated during the last years, over the years since 2010 to 2020, how climate-water balance has changed. And in the boxes, you can see the amount of water withdrawn. So we can see that the regions which are suffering from the deficiencies of water balance, they're the greatest water usage. You can see that they use the greatest amount of water. So the 5 canals that provided for the water distribution now have to be rethought. We have to come up with new Ukrainian solutions. Some new infrastructural developments need to be built. A new accumulation means and facilities have to be ensured. Kakhovka, Kalos, which has multiplied the situation of damage and threat and exacerbated the situation with water shortages, particularly in the east and south of Ukraine. We are talking about drought management. We're constantly being faced with that, especially in the south of Ukraine. Water threats. I've taken the basin of the Pripyat River just as an illustration. You can see this very vivid picture in terms of how well or scarcely the territory is provided with water. So you can see at this big agglomeration, the city of Kyiv marked in red, Zhytomyr, Rivne, Lutsk, Ternopil, Khmelnytsky, Vinnytsia, all of them are suffering from problems with water supply. Why? Because in the first place, they have accumulated their great populations, and secondly, they have to be able to efficiently utilize these water resources. All of these problems are coming to the fore. While Kyiv has its Kyiv reservoir, the Desna River and the Pripyat River, as opposed to that, for Zhytomyr, the Teteriv River and its reservoirs cannot solve all of the water shortage problems. So here it takes a whole system of management to be operated. We need to assess what we have in the basins, what threats we're faced with. In Russia, for example, we see that We have, for example, different disasters because we don't have the sanitation, drainage, very high regulation, a great number of problems in terms of river basins. All of this is to do with efficient water resources management and making sure that water users are provided for adequately, as well as the population can drink quality water. Because there are 6 sustainable development goals, sanitation and water supply is one of them. So sanitation and access to clean drinking water. So some people in the north of Ukraine are already being posed with a threat in this respect. We have to speak about scientific and technological developments for us to resolve all of these issues. From my perspective, there are 4 aspects that need to be tackled, and I would like to emphasize them here. Ms. Olga has already provided us with some figures concerning how much drainage, amelioration, and irrigation we have in our country. So we need to make sure that all of these systems are being utilized efficiently and rationally. Drainage is being reconsidered, and we have suggested that this has to be not only irrigation, but also drying systems. In Zhytomyr region, they have already such systems in place. We have to reconsider the efficiency of irrigation, particularly in the 2 million hectares that we are operating. So energy efficiency is also coming to the foreground. And another issue that the scientific community is confident that it has to play a significant role in environmental protection is the forest amelioration. So there needs to be ensured some governmental policy, because we have calculated that with drainage, irrigation, depending on the regions, they play not only the factor contributing to the sustainable economic development, but also to sustainable environmental situation. Next slide, please. So Mr. Igor has already cited some figures concerning the economic infrastructure. We have huge amounts of systems for drainage, pumping stations, both open and closed type. But along with that, we also have to appraise whether we have enough scope of this economic infrastructure in place, because the question at stake today is to create the body that will be responsible for managing the whole infrastructure. This is also a big challenge for the management system. So what is it going to be based on economically? Where should funding for the recovery and reconstruction of the new system that Ukraine requires be taken from, particularly when we talk about supplying water to the territories that lack that. So these new challenges for the management system, new threats, which in the conditions in terms of war will only be further exacerbated. Next slide, please. We are moving on to the Kakhovka water reservoir. A lot has been mentioned here about it today, but there's an active, heated discussion at different panels being run, and I also get engaged in a lot of scientific boards. So the discussion is the essence of that, whether or not we need to recover this reservoir, this dam, particularly from the position of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. In our scientific and technical board, we had a lengthy discussion. A lot of famous academicians made their presentations, and we concluded that this reservoir is definitely needed. It's a scientific community and its vision, but at the governmental level, there is only one solution to restore the hydropower plant, because the reservoir and the hydropower plant are 2 different things, and we have to provide the answer. And someone in the government needs to take this responsibility for taking this decision. Today, we have already discussed this with Mr. Taras, on the basis of which criteria this decision has to be taken, whether they should be environmental, economic, social. But from my perspective, all of these ones have to be taken in their totality. But it's only experts who can provide the government with proposals for the most acceptable economic solution so that taking the full range of the problems and issues that the country is faced with, this problem gets regulated. Because from my perspective, the reservoir definitely needs to be there, needs to be rebuilt and reconstructed. But once again, it needs to be built based on new morphology, new criteria, new technologies, state-of-the-art developments known worldwide. For the lack of time, I'm not going to dwell much on this one, but let me make another point. Before the war, we had also made a calculation concerning the development of sustainable development of the south of Ukraine. Because in addition to environmental, social, and economic factors, water resources also contribute to the sustainable development of the respective territories. It's a guarantee for the population of their future. And the opinions of the people who reside there definitely need to be taken on board. And we counted that when we had the Kakhovka HPP, the availability of water resources, at least 500 million cubic meters of water, was not available for the Crimea, given the governmental vision which is stipulated for that. Without the reservoir, we have to think about how to meet the needs of that area of Ukraine. Maybe some believe that the counters and the outline of Ukraine will change, but I very much believe that the borders of Ukraine as of 1991 will be preserved. And we as a scientific community definitely need to take this into account and be mindful of that. Next slide, please. Some of the key issues, something that I would like us to dwell on today. Today we get to see that there are numerous agencies, bodies, with a lot of background, central executive authorities, which are responsible for water management. However, along with that, we get to see that the challenges and threats that Ukraine is facing require some reconsideration and changing to be applied to the management system. Because today, for example, we have already mentioned, Mr. Igor spoke about the river basin management plans. A lot has been done in this respect. It's true. However, of all of the agencies and bodies which are listed on the slide, who will assume responsibility for the implementation of those plans? Where, in which law is this set out? Who will be responsible for achieving the good state or failure to achieve the good state in the regions of the river basins, as it is identified in the river codes, water codes? Someone has to assume responsibility for that, because only then can we achieve certain ramifications in terms of improving water resources management and ensuring that all of the regions are supplied with water adequately. Today, there are multiple issues concerning the effective and financial supplies. Who is going to pay for what? The user or the violator? Those that damage the quality of water. Where is it regulated? In what law? The key core problems that we are going to be faced with in the future are the efficient management system. And from my perspective, without the National Water Board or Council to be established at the Cabinet of Ministers, this will be virtually impossible. Practice and experience testify to this. There are a variety of political issues at stake. However, we are not making progress. At least we are stagnating in the state and the conditions that has been in place for many years, if not decades. Now we are faced with a question. The water fund, payment for water. We are speaking about the basin principles being implemented, but this principle still hasn't been implemented in Ukraine. We only have this basin principle implemented for surface waters, when in the taxation code it says that there are certain collections to be made, but the administrative principle is different. So there is no basin principle in place. So this required additional regulation. We have to speak about basin councils which have already been mentioned today. So unfortunately, they only play some advisory functions. They haven't become the final parliaments within the basins that have to tackle the issues, that have to be responsible for shaping the resources and funding to be a channel towards the solving of all of these problems. They have to become foundation in order to incentivize all of the processes in order to improve the situation within the basins. Therefore, we also have to start with water accounting, because once again, we don't know how many resources we have available. I have showed you different kinds of resources for Pripyat River in particular. We made these calculations from the standpoint of the local communities, but if you overlay the agrarian sector, we'll see the whole of territory of Ukraine will end up being red. I see my time is out. Yesterday we had an event. As Mr. Bilakon has put it, it included a triplet, a famous triplet Zhovtanok, Yatsuk, were some of the three people who have established a global water initiative for Ukraine. It's a public initiative, and we are inviting the whole community to join us, especially expert community to get involved, because once again, we are moving the initiatives from bottom up and offer different ideas in order to resolve different issues. We have already a lot of developments proposed at the expert level. Science has a lot to offer, and we have to present these synergies in order to ensure the commonality between the scientific community and the government-owned solutions. So we need to ensure the water strategy for the recovery of Ukraine, because of the rest of the infrastructural projects aimed at the reconstruction of Ukraine and recovery of Ukraine, they need to be based on water provision. This is the key. Otherwise, there is no future for us. So thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for having taken more of your time. And thank you for being able to express my opinion in your midst. Thank you very much, Mr. Mikhailo. A very important message that has been made. The change of climatic belts and zones. Overall, we get to see that other countries, such as the United States, the UK, Germany, France, are approving their water strategies. Basically, all of them, they approved these strategies back in 2021. The United States approved even the global water strategy, where they described their vision, not only concerning their territory, but even for the Asian area, African continent. Therefore, this is going to persist as a key point. Sooner or later, we will definitely have to tackle this. Right now, we are unfortunately suffering from the inertia, and we are having the situation on our hands when we have to tackle all of these changes in order to make sure that there is a unity and harmony of decision-making and responsibility for the decisions that need to be ensured. Friends, we are wrapping up the first panel. The second panel, as I have said, will be dedicated to the experience of the countries which are partners to Ukraine, Finland, Israel in particular, who have resolved the issues of water policy making. Let me just mention one number. Israel has 20% of proficiency of water at the moment. So this is a country that exists in extreme natural conditions, and it keeps existing in the conditions of imminent danger. Mr. Mahala, you have failed to mention one more thing. You have mentioned that, but you haven't spoken about that, the security phenomenon. Any hydrological facility which is to be built, it will definitely become a target number one. So this has to be also taken into account. So thank you very much to all of our panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause. And let's move on to the next panel.
Запрошую пані Світлану, представника торгово-економічної місії Посольства Держави Ізраїль в Україні. І Артема Ширу,
I would
віце-президент.
like to invite Artem Shira, Vice President of Ukrainian Water Association.
Будь ласка, займайте свої місця.
Please take your seats.
Поки наші колеги
While
розташовуються,
our
ще
colleagues take their seats, I would like to repeat that this event is being held on the initiative of Ukrainian Water Association with the support of NERIX and the Embassy of the Israel in Ukraine. Tam, please, the floor is yours. Thank you. We are still waiting for the Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Israel into Ukraine. He already joined us. So the first panel was about a picture of Ukrainian management of water resources to understand who's responsible for different areas. And the last slide we saw was mentioning many different bodies responsible for different areas and the information of price. Our state officials, specialists reflected it as they could. And the goal of the next panel is to do something similar, to draw a picture of how the state water management works and who forms the price, what are the principles in terms of state water management. We can now give the floor to the Ambassador Plenipotentiary. Yes, I'm honored to give the floor to Ambassador Plenipotentiary of Israel in Ukraine, Mr. Mikhail Brodsky. Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours. I hope you can hear us. Yes, I can hear you well. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would like to congratulate all the participants of the Aquaterm exhibition, and I'm happy to participate in this panel dedicated to the topic of water resources management. As you know, we always lack water in the Middle East. Approximately 60% of the territory of Israel is desert. And taking into account the climate change and highly increasing population, Israel should have faced a lack of water resources, but thanks to the entrepreneurial spirit, the country has a surplus of water resources and is a world leader in the area of water resources management. Water technologies in Israel is an innovation area with the goal of providing water into deserted areas. There are programs of recirculation and desalination of water. And we use different kinds of technologies, thus saving waters and even increasing water resources to ensure the demand. Israel also exports its technologies and know-how to other countries who face water shortages or problems with its quality. This conference, Water Israel, will be held in Jerusalem from the 16th to 19th of September. And I would like to seize this opportunity to invite you to this conference where like-minded people and organizations will address the present issues such as water shortage, climate change, and sustainable development. This year, we will hold discussions on the water problems in agricultural area, in desalination, in municipal and agricultural sectors, including the policies and digital aspects. Thank you for the attention. And once again, I wish you fruitful work, and we're waiting for you in Israel. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now I would like to give the floor to Denis Hamazin, National Planner of Israel Water Authority. It's the person who participates actively in changes to achieve better Israel in 20, 30 years. Mr. Denis, the floor is yours.
Ми вас не чуємо.
We cannot hear you. Can you hear me now?
Так, ми вас чуємо.
Yes, now we can hear you. Hello, everyone. My name is Denis Hamazin. I was born and grew up in Rivne, and I graduated from Rivne University. And for over 20 years, I've been working in a project division of Israel Water Authorities. I'm dealing with the planning systems, and I will switch to Russian. It will be easier for me, and all the slides are in English, in Russian too. So the water sector of Israel. A little about the climate, something that was already mentioned by the ambassador. Israel is located on the edge of the desert. Within 200 kilometers, precipitation drops from 700 millimeters per year to less than 100 millimeters per year. And a series of dry years is common. A bit of our water sector. The volume of water supply is 2.2 billion. The GDP per capita is around 60,000. The annual turnover in water sector is 2.5 billion US dollars. The water supply system starts around the narrowed river. There is an open canal, and then there is a closed waterway to the area of Jerusalem. The national company Macrot manages this system that I will talk about in detail later. As to the water usage, the agriculture takes a bit over half. The household use 2,200, and so the agriculture takes 55%, using less than half of drinking water, and other resources are wastewater. We supply also water to Jordan, to Gaza Strip, to Palestinian authorities. What are the sources of water supply? Natural resources are 1.3, 1.4. They are mostly desalinated. As to the artificial sources, it's purified wastewater. How do we cover for the deficit of water balance? As we already said, it's desalination, reuse of treated wastewater, improvement of water use efficiency, treatment of water from wells, and improvement of water quality in groundwater aquifers. A bit of agriculture. Agriculture uses water in the amount of 1 billion cubes. Less than half is desalinated drinking water, and biggest part is the salinated water. But we plan that in future there will be an increase of wastewater. A bit about the laws. In 1959, a water law was adopted stating that water resources are publicly owned. There is no public or private ownership of water. Everything should be measured with special equipment, and every supplier needs to measure the amount of water supplied to every user. Moreover, there is a Water Well Drilling Control Act. We need a specific authorization from the managers of water sector. There is a central control of water intake. All the measurements are transmitted online to the Water Authority's dispatch center, and every supplier has to annually provide data on the water supplied. What are the principles of management? One professional organization, which is apolitical, should take decisions. We cover the costs for the suppliers, and we ensure a fair single price for consumers. Who are the main actors in this area? First of all, it's users, households, and agriculture. Who are the suppliers? It's the national company Makarot, which is the main supplier. In addition, we have approximately 58 water supply companies. They are called corporations. Plus, there are around 1,000 local suppliers in the rural sector. There is a regulator. The decisions are taken by the board of directors. Our director is a chairman of this board. In addition, there are two civil society representatives and representatives of different ministries: Ministry of Finance, of Environment, of Infrastructure, of Interior. So decisions are being taken at the same table. What are the issues discussed? First of all, is management of new resources. We need to increase water supply on a constant basis by purifying wastewater. Plus, we try to establish water quotas for different sectors, save water, increase water efficiency, ensure research and development, control for compliance with the law, economic evaluation of water resources, and improvement of water supply reliability. What are the tools of water management? First of all, it's equipment for the control, establishment of quotas, and responsibility for violators. We also calculate and ensure impetus for saving water. We try to ensure sustainable management of water resources. The main source is underground waters, groundwater resources, and the natural resources are used to maintain the optimal level of water from the hydrological point of view. So we calculate how much water should be pumped to maintain the optimal water levels. Every natural water resource has to see an operational reserve determined. There is a specific level we should not go below. There is an optimal level, which means that we need to pump a certain amount of water, and the goal is to maintain the optimal level. So there is an exploitation reserve we should maintain. I was asked to speak in detail about tariff formation. So first of all, there is a single tariff for water for household. It's approximately $2.63 US.
Он включает в себя все расходы
It includes all the costs for
в водном хозяйстве.
exploitation
Приблизительно затраты муниципальных
and
компаний
the
плюс очистка сточных вод.
costs from municipal companies is approximately 18%. There are also costs from Mekorot company, costs for desalination of water, plus the cost for the exploitation, for pumping, other capital expenses, and there are subsidies for agricultural sector. We understand that this sector cannot pay full cost, so they are paying less, and households actually subsidize agricultural sector.
Значит, немножко про тариф, как формируется
A bit about the tariff, how it is formed. This is the general tariff paid by the domestic household. Mekorot is the biggest supplier. It sells water to municipal companies, basically. How is it happening? There is a Mekorot national company. It pumps water from natural resources, plus it buys water from desalination stations according to the contracts concluding for 20 years. And the Mekorot tariff is calculated using the sum of all the costs and the receipts. As I already said, the tariffs for agricultural sector are set separately. So the Mekorot company reports to the administration how much money was spent and how much money they want to spend, and that's how they calculate the tariff. In addition, companies should also pump. These actually companies. So if this company decides that they can pump water on their own, it will cost the same amount as if it was bought from Mekorot. So it's Mekorot tariff minus the expenses. And if it can pump in a cheap way, it's more beneficial. That's how we stimulate better efficiency. We cannot say that all the companies will buy at the same price. It's true for the individual households, but the companies also take into account their expenses. For example, a household pays a single tariff and each individual company buys water from Mekorot. How is it calculated? We take into account the reports from individual companies related to the water sector management, and these expenses are for purification of water. There are special equipment sets for the purification of water at different prices.
All of this is provided in the form of reports. We have a department which is responsible for analyzing all of these costs, and they compare that with different fixed costs. We understand that water leaks and losses of water overall in Israel is about 10%, which is recently very much declined since companies have included and instituted state corporations responsible for water usage. We understand that in some cities and towns that are of higher stands, this water leakage and losses is much less than that. In some of the towns and villages is up to 20% loss. So for every town or every village, they say the overall loss of water on average is 10%, but if you can decrease it to 8%, then this 2% that you will save will go to your budget and vice versa. If the water canal has about 20% of water losses, we say it's way too much, and we say we recognize 18% as the benchmark for you, and you should understand that next year it will be 16, 18%. So we have to incentivize municipalities in order to replace different piping. The same goes to failure to collect fees and utility bills. We understand that there are some places which are very poor, people are subsidized. So this is recognized as a recognized cost, capital expenditure. There is also an incentivization of that, because the higher is the recognized cost for the water canal, the cheaper they will be buying water from Makaro, the national water supply company. So they come to us, to our water management, and they say, my equipment is pretty old, I need a reservoir for water, it's going to cost so much. Our engineers get to see the design, and they recognize it. Sometimes they decline it, and they exercise oversight during the construction, and this is also included in their recognized costs. So what happens concerning the tariff, how the tariff is calculated? Once again, this is recognized cost for every water canal. Let's take 2 water canals. Here you can see Makarod, Israel National Water Company. So let's say for them, the single tariff, which is paid by the household users, is 10 shekels. Out of them, the first water canal said that it cost for it 7 shekels. This was their costs, whereas for the second water canal, it was 9 shekels, maybe because the people are underpaying, maybe because there are a lot of water losses, maybe they had also capital investments to make. So the former one will be buying this according to tariff 3, whereas the latter one will be buying it on tariff 1, and on the overall calculation, they will be buying it at tariff 2. The single tariff for the household consumption is average in order to incentivize the economy, cost savings. We also have a 2-stage tariff system when we have to pay for water. It says that if you, for example, consume up to 2.5 cubic meters of water, then you pay about $2.5 per cubic meter. And if you consume 3.5 cubic meters of water per month per human being, then you have to pay $4. That's all. Thank you very much indeed. It's been most efficient. Within such a short time, you were able to speak about this problem to such a degree. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you. Well, shall we ask some questions? Let's take at least one question, shall we? I'm going to ask my question, if I may. I don't even know what to ask. Thank you very much, Denise. I think we can put a full stop here. Now let's move on to the next part, shall we? I'll switch to Russian so that our counterparts in Finland can understand us. Our task that we set for our Finnish counterparts was the same: to share about how water resources are managed in Finland, who shapes prices, and how the whole thing works. Unfortunately, we're not going to have the next speaker alive, Olli-Matti Virta, Director of Water Resources Management, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry of Finland. He's not going to be present here physically, but he has made a 10-minute video presentation with a brief description of how the whole system functions in the country of Finland. So we are launching that.
Good day, everyone, to online and on-site in Ukraine, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this.
Дуже дякую за те, що надали можливість виступити на цій вже важливій події. Мене звати Оля Матіберта, я директор планового відділу водних ресурсів з Міністерства водного і лісового господарства Фінляндії. Я надам вам декілька прикладів того, як ми управляємо водними ресурсами в Фінляндії. Це те, чим займається декілька міністерств у нашій країні, тому що це питання пов'язане з їхньою діяльністю наскрісно. По-перше, ресурси і управління ними відносяться до мого міністерства, сільського господарства, лісового господарства і ще декілька інших міністерств. Контроль над забрудненням води – це Міністерство екології, якість питної води – це Міністерство соціальної політики та здоров'я, Міністерство юстиції. Координую закони щодо війни, виробництво водневої електроенергії, це відноситься до Міністерства економіки, Міністерство транспорту та комунікації відповідає за метеорологію, Міністерство закордонних справ, міжнародні угоди і розробка нашої співпраці на міжнародному рівні. А так розвивається наша діяльність щодо питань пов'язаних із водою. Наступне ми подивимося трохи глибше щодо адміністрації водних ресурсів і питань. Я сказав, є 3-4 основних міністерства, які завідують ці. По-перше, це Міністерство сільського господарства і лісового господарства, Міністерство екології, яке займається захистом контролю за забрудненням води. І в нашій адміністрації є Національний інститут екології Фінляндії, який ми керуємо з нашого міністерства. І роль цього інституту надавати експертні послуги регіональним органам влади, які являються так само центрами для економічного розвитку, транспорту та для екологічного розвитку. І вони виставляють різноманітні завдання, якими займаються так само і в сфері керівництва водними ресурсами. Як ми вже говорили, Міністерство транспорту, при якому існує Фінський метеорологічний інститут, також займається питанням пов'язаними з водою. Ще у нашому Фінському метеорологічному інституті і екологічному інституті ми об'єднуємо гідрологічні і метеорологічні ноу-хау для того, щоб створили центр і мати можливість передбачати на 24/7, чи буде можливість випадків або повне. Тепер, якщо ми подивимося трохи на числа і на регуляторну сторону, як виглядає управління водними ресурсами в Фінляндії. По-перше, у нас існує більше 1000 різних компаній, які займаються комунальними послугами з водою пов'язаними, більше 300 різних регуляторних проєктів, близько 450 засекречених дам. І на додачу до цього 1000 структур, які займаються захистом від повені і захистом різних резервуарів води. У нас є 5,7 мільйонів гектарів лісу і 2 мільйони гектарів ріллі. І 380 компаній майже мають справу з водними питаннями на загальну суму 4,6 мільйонів євро на рік. Основні акти закону, які регулюють діяльність води, у нас є окремий закон щодо води, служб, які займаються постачанням води, є так само закон, який займається організацією річкового басейну та морських зон, і угода між Фінляндією та Швецією стосовно нашої транскордонної співпраці. І так само є подібні законодавчі акти з Росією і Фінляндією. Росія. Як же ми працюємо із управлінням водними ресурсами? У нас є своя стратегія, вона, до речі, доволі проста. Тут основні 3 питання, які розглядаються в нашій стратегії та баченні. Це чиста вода, безпека та благополуччя водопроводу. Під чистою водою ми розуміємо, що ми хочемо впевнитися, що достатньо є чистої води для того, щоб задовольнити потреби людей, суспільства та природи. Ми так само гарантуємо, що управління ризиками, які пов'язані з ресурсами водопостачання, забезпечують безпеку та надійність водопостачання для всіх та служби послуг. І так само ми створюємо соціальний та екологічний добробут, а також передумови для різних галузей промисловості та бізнесів. Бачення. Є основні 4 цілі в нашій стратегії. Перша, що ми намагаємося об'єднати різні потреби для того, щоб задовольнити і використання води, і хороший стан води, біорізноманіття. Наступна ціль – ми маємо адаптуватися до кліматичних змін, так само, як і сприяти зменшення ризиків, пов'язаних з кліматичними змінами. Наступне управління служби, які займаються водними ресурсами, вони мають сприяти добробуту та різноманіттю економічної діяльності. І четверте, Фінляндія сприяє сталому і безпечному світу з точки зору користування водою. І ще одна стратегія для нашого уряду – це безпекова стратегія для всього суспільства. Це урядова резолюція, яка гармонізує національні принципи готовності і керує готовність на всіх адміністративних рівнях. Це надає нам, Фінляндії, модель комплексної безпеки, і це включає в себе питання управління водними ресурсами, забезпечення постачання водою, для того, що ми маємо гарантувати, що водні ресурси забезпечені в будь-які моменти, на будь-яких точках, навіть скиду стічних вод. І наступне, звісно, ми маємо спостерігати за безпекою дам, запобігати і мінімізувати втрати, гарантувати безпеку на всіх етапах життєвого циклу цих дам.
Я вже подякував.
I have already thanked, and I have a dream. It's just crossed my mind, and I would like this dream to come true, so that our head of the state water agency in some 10 years from now, if a certain representative from another association from another country reaches out to him, he will be able to make the same presentation, the one that we have just heard. The next one to speak will be our counterpart from the Finnish Water Forum. The project director, Arvo Nerman, is to speak, who will complement and augment perhaps what the director has just spoken about. And he will dwell on this issue a bit more. Dear ladies and gentlemen, so let's just make sure that the sound works all right. Can you say something, please? We are tuning the sound. Dear ladies and gentlemen,
Слышно сейчас?
Да, правильно говорите, еще не слышно.
Да, слышно
Keep
сейчас.
speaking, please. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you well.
Хорошо. Шановні пани, добрий день.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Arva Nerman. I'm a representative of the Finnish Water Forum. Right now, I'm going to share my screen with you. While I'm doing that, I would like to say thank you to Denise because the presentation was very interesting concerning the situation with the tariff shaping in Israel. We have a similar presentation to offer concerning Finland, not so much in terms of numbers, but the principle itself is at stake in this presentation. At first, let me say a few things about the Finnish Water Forum, what we are. This is an association. It's an indelible part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, and we are a long arm of the Finnish water diplomacy. 5 ministries are an integral part of this forum, 5 scientific research institutes, the largest ones that deal with water supply issues in our country. The scientific and research interviews that Ole Marti has already mentioned in his presentation, more than 10 universities, each having their chair or the Department of Water Technologies, a number of commercial and non-profit making organizations, as well as private sector associations. All of them are part of our water forum. And in order to move on to the issue, the topic of this presentation, the issue of tariff making and the policy making in terms of tariff shaping, one should mention the Act on Providing Water Services, and Ole Marti has already mentioned that, Water Act, paragraph 18 in that outlines the scope of the principle and the spirit for the tariff making. So the charges of water services and run of water sewage shall be such that the investments in new building and repairs and the costs of a water utility can be covered in the long term. Charges may include no more than a reasonable return on the capital. So there are no caps on the profit, and this is at the discretion of the market. The tariff is shaped and the tariff-making policy is taken from the national level to the municipality level. That is to say, that every municipality in their council shape a working group, and it cooperates with water canals, and they shape the respective tariffs, just like it was in the previous presentation presented by Denise. There's also a formula to calculate all of the operational costs, fixed costs, and different tariffs per every municipality, because all of them vary. They have different needs, different population sizes. And this is how municipals begin to deal with these tariffs. It's important to highlight because the spirit identifies the spirit of the tariff making, but it does not define what a reasonable return is. So over the last 10 years, we have had 5 different lawsuits and 5 different court decisions were rendered when water users dragged water canals to courts, pressed charges against them, saying that their tariffs and margins were way too high. And so the market identified that the reasonable margin for a canal should not be more than 10%, once again judging on the precedence of those 5 lawsuits, and all of the water canals are sticking to that. And just as I have mentioned, the policy of pricing is shared between the municipalities and water canals. However, an integral part is to be played by the controlling bodies. They determine the quality of the water, of tap water that users, as well as the sewage water and drainage water, because exercising oversight over that ensures the figures for exploitation costs that are also an integral part of these tariffs, as well as the general public, which is also to play a key role in saying whether they have to take water canals to court or not. And to a great extent, they can also win these lawsuits if the court decides that the appetites for the water canals for their returns are too high. The average prices for water across the whole board of Finland, which was calculated by the FIWA Association, is about 6.5 euros, slightly under that. And speaking the language of the European Union, this is an average indicator. And what is important is that when we speak about a households use about 2% of their overall income, which is also a sign of the fact that water is economically accessible. The water is of high quality and it's economically accessible, because the statistics, both submitted by the UN and the World Bank, they say that they have different methodologies to exercise. They say that this should vary between 7 to 10% of household income when we speak about the cost of water. Something else which matters. In Finland, we don't have cross-subsidizing, something that in other countries we have, that industries have to pay much higher tariffs and the households pay much less. This is not the case. Everyone pays the same tariff. And it doesn't matter whether it is a paper-making plant or a family comprised of 3 people living in a flat. Everyone pays according to the same tariff, with one exception. If a municipality wants to invite a certain industry to come to it in order to localize some industry, manufacturing, clearly in order to increase taxes collected to the local budget, they can provide certain tax breaks or discounts for water. The water canals are not going to provide you with such breaks. It's only the municipality that is going to provide you with that. And the water canal will charge the municipality and say, you have provided them with a discount, we haven't. And we have had such precedents already. Water canals will definitely collect all of its money in totality. So, for example, if a family is poor, to pay for in full scope for the water, at the municipality, such a family is recognized. A needy family, a disadvantaged family, and then the municipality covers the costs for the water. But once again, the water canal is not going to provide any discounts. This slide sums up everything that I have said. Oh, and water is not a subject of anti-monopoly regulation. Energy is, but water is not. Why not? We cannot regulate water because we have more than 1,000 water canals and water cooperatives in our country, even at the level of a village. So people get together as a cooperative, and it's difficult to call them a water canal. Nevertheless, are large water canals that can be identified as such. There are about 300 of those, and they cannot become monopolists. A cooperative or a company exercising water supply is one legal entity, completely independent. And those that deal with sewage and draining are another legal entity. I also see that I have some 5 minutes left. Yes, you can speak more at length. Thank you. A few slides that I would like to demonstrate in order to show you the situation with Finland against the whole of the EU, the statistical data concerning where we are at. In terms of affordability of sewage, drinking water, we are not the leader. Agree against the backdrop of the EU. A lot of our people still in hamlets, somewhere far away in the forests, with their own water supply, with their own sewage. If you compare that to the Netherlands and Belgium or Austria, our indicators are much lower. than they have to offer. Nevertheless, they're still pretty high to compare against the average for the European Union. Concerning the tariff, as I have said, our cost is about 606 euros per cubic meter, which is a mean median. But if you compare it to average income per capita, it's about 2% of household income, which is a very good indicator. In terms of the sources of drinking water, where we withdraw water, we have about 50% of water collection, which is done from natural underground sources, and about 17% in addition to those 50%. These are artificial watershed, water horizon, something that we create ourselves, managerial pre-recharge, something that we shape ourselves for the future usage. You know, the city of Turku, which is in full right to be proud of the fact that even if tomorrow, for unknown or a known reason, all of the drinking water around the area of Turku city, both the natural and surface waters, disappears, they have an artificial horizon of water to provide for Turku, the ex-capital of Finland, for as long as 4 months. So this is the storage that they have already accumulated. And UNESCO has identified that to be the best project in creating sustainable water supply for a municipality worldwide. The rest is about 30 to 33%. It's water collection from surface waters, which is about counterintuitive, because on the one hand, you can understand that Finland is a country of lakes, but the water collection is done at the expense of these lakes. But more often than not, we do it on the contrary, from the water or a river via this artificial watershed. We get the water go underground where it gets purified, and then we require less energy and less special agents in order to purify this water and supply it. Concerning water consumption, once again, the numbers are pretty high. You can see 120 to 130 liters for one person a day. There are some countries in the EU that have substantial less consumption, so we have still room for improvement. And in terms of water loss, it's about 16% at the moment across the full country. So the situation is pretty much the same as it is in Israel. There are some municipalities, towns, and villages with better indicators. It seems to me a telephone, your battery is running out. Only 30 seconds left. No, with me everything is fine, so please do go on then. In fact, in the final count, that's all with reference to my presentation. I'm going to leave it for you. I will be able to share it. Thank you very much for the invitation. Дякую.
Зараз дочекаємось, що у нас завершується. Вроді все працює поки. Ну, я хотів би підвести невеличкий ітог, значить, цієї частини виступів. Ну, перше, що ми маємо визнати, побачивши ціни на воду, ціни в Україні на воду будуть підвищуватись. Це треба звикати до цього.
We need to get used to changes, to increasing tariffs, and in my view, there is an abyss between best practices and the current state in Ukraine, and we need to get ready to go through this path. I don't have simple solutions for you. I don't suggest anything. It's discussion. We need to start cooperating even before the start of war. We already see the current state of affairs. And the next speaker, Mariuka Parvari, national expert of the DG NEAR of the European Commission, in particular Ukraine Service, will be the following expert. Thank you, Mariuka, for joining us. Thank you.
Ми вас чуємо і бачимо.
We can hear you and see you well. Може бути так і
Это с учетом водоотведения и очистки или без учета водоотведения? Потому что в Израиле, я понял, это общая цена. Водоотведение и очистка там совместно.
Арва Нерман вийшов, він, мабуть, не зможе відповісти. Наскільки я розумію, це загальна сума. Ну, це вже забагато.
Не факт. Я не зрозумів це. Якби це було зрозуміло з презентації, в мене б не виникло питання.
Ми їх знайдемо. Арва доєднався. Арва, к вам є вопрос. Ви нас слышите? Арва,
Да.
вопрос. Значит,
Ну, давайте я повторю. Добрый день. Вот. Меня интересовали составляющие операционных затрат. Если у вас постоянная составляющая, например, обслуживание сетей, которая никак не зависит от количества потребляемой услуги, да, ну, водоснабжения, то есть от количества потребляемой воды. И третий вопрос у меня был, 6 евро, это с учетом водоотведения, потому что я услышал в вашей презентации, могут быть разные компании, водоснабжающие и водоотведение. То есть 6 евро – это тариф водоснабжающей компании или с учетом водоотведения?
6 евро – это так называемый двуставочный тариф, то есть это и водоснабжение, и канализация, все вместе, когда идет. То есть для целей статистики определения средней по стране используется двуставочный тариф. То есть когда будет, например, вот в некоторых городах, в которых это разные компании осуществляют, то там будет отдельно на водоснабжение, отдельно на санитарию. И таким образом ответ на вопрос: 6 евро – это двуставочный тариф, вместе вода и канализация. А по части операционных затрат на на работу водоканалов для целей тарифного образования. Там есть, я сейчас не могу ответить напрямую да, нет, что я точно знаю, что методология тарифообразования в части операционных затрат – это прописанные формулы, которые определяют, которыми руководствуется каждый из муниципалитетов. То есть и там есть все, включая энергопотребление, включая обслуживание существующих сетей. То есть есть операционные затраты неизменные, есть изменяемые в зависимости от уровня водопотребления, есть персонал, сколько стоит, есть даже, если мы говорим, например, строится новый дом, это считается количеством метров или километров, да, в зависимости от ситуации, сетей, которые нужно к нему проложить, которые потом будут в том числе в его индивидуальном, например, тарифе. Либо, если это какой-то жилой комплекс строится где-то далеко от сетей, туда прокладываются сети, и у них есть еще в тарифе составляющая присоединение, отдельная графа. Поэтому там методология просчитана. То есть в отличие от того, на что я обратил внимание в презентации той самой разумной прибыли, да, которая не определена, то вот методология просчета операционных затрат, она жестко в этом плане.
Спасибо, Арва. Марьюка, прошу прощения за такой технический сбой. Давайте даем вам слово. У вас есть ваши 10 минут, можете не спешить.
Я сейчас попробую вот screen share. Вам сейчас видно мои слайды?
Супер.
Супер. Хорошо. Наконец. Добрый день, шановные коллеги. Спасибо, что пригласили меня на эту вот важную и актуальную встречу. Я все еще изучаю украинский на основе русского языка, и поэтому пока не могу так хорошо говорить по-украински, чтобы ускорить встречу и избежать проблем с переводом, организаторы попросили меня говорить по-русски. Значит, я работаю национальным экспертом в управлении Европейской комиссии по Украине, и меня сюда, в Брюссель, направило правительство Финляндии. Мои обязанности включают вопросы окружающей среды, лесного хозяйства и орошения. В своем выступлении я сосредоточусь на пути Украины к присоединению к Европейскому Союзу в водном секторе и на доступных финансовых инструментов для поддержки как инвестиций, так и развития способностей. Уважаемые коллеги, в декабре прошлого года Европейский совет принял решение начать переговоры о членстве Евросоюза с Украиной. В настоящее время Украина и Евросоюз находятся на первом этапе этого процесса. Надеемся на то, что мы быстро перейдем к следующим этапам процесса, а именно к официальному утверждению переговорных рамок и межправительственной конференции. Надеемся, что эти два шага будут завершены уже до конца июня этого года, когда председательство в Европейском Союзе перейдет от Бельгии к Венгрии. После утверждения рамок переговоров и организации межправительственной конференции могут начаться официальные двусторонние переговоры. Первый шаг – это скрининг. В ходе процесса скрининга национальное законодательство сопоставляется с законодательством Евросоюза и определяются необходимые изменения. Кстати, переговоры являются совершенно неправильным словом для процесса присоединения, так как в действительности государства-члены должны принять все законодательство Евросоюза. Оно не подлежит обсуждению. Скрининг – это первый формальный шаг в процессе, но, ожидая скрининга, мы уже начали работу с Украиной, организовав пояснительные совещания по законодательству Евросоюза. Мы проведем нашу пояснительную встречу по законодательству об окружающей среде и климате 21 и 22 национальное законодательство и институции в соответствии с водным законодательством Евросоюза. И у нас много. Там есть рамочная директива по водным ресурсам. Там есть директива по очистке городских источников вод. Есть директива об основе морской стратегии. Есть директива о питьевой воде. Есть директива по нитратам. Директива о воде для купания. Директива о стандартах качества воды. Директива о наводнениях. Директива об обеспечении качества, контроль качества и регламент о минимальных требованиях по повторному использованию воды. И это длинный список директив, конечно, не вся история. На качество воды влияет деятельность разных секторов, особенно промышленности и сельского хозяйства. Директива по промышленным выбросам поэтому также является ключевой директивой. В настоящее время в Украине идет процесс принятия первых частей этой директивы в законе, который называется «Об обеспечении конституционных прав граждан на безопасную среду для жизни и здоровья», который сейчас ожидает второго чтения Рады. Помимо директивы по промышленным выбросам и сельского хозяйства, для состояния водотоков важны также директивы Евросоюза по химическим веществам, отходам и осадку источных вод. Как вам видно, водное законодательство Евросоюза обширно, детализировано и требует больших инвестиций. Поэтому мы со стороны Европейской комиссии подчеркнули, что стратегически разумно начать присоединение с этих правил на раннем этапе. Украина уже добилась значительного прогресса в принятии водного законодательства. Например, в плане управления речными бассейнами в соответствии с водной рамочной директивой в настоящее время почти готовы. Однако, конечно, до полного выполнения всех нормативных актов еще далеко. К счастью, Украина сейчас получит помощь от международного сообщества и теперь имеет уникальную возможность модернизировать часть своих секторов водоснабжения, водоотведения, орошения, промышленности и так далее при международной поддержке. Несмотря на то, что на данном этапе невозможно полностью внедрить все водное законодательство Евросоюза, важно планировать предстоящие инвестиции в воду модульным способом, чтобы уровень очистки можно было постепенно улучшать в соответствии со стандартами Евросоюза. Значит, требования Евросоюза должны быть отправной точкой при планировании инвестиций. Уважаемые коллеги, наконец, пару слов о возможностях финансирования. Европейский Союз запустил программу в размере 50 миллиардов евро для поддержки восстановления, реконструкции и модернизации Украины. 1/3 часть финансирования составят гранты, а 2/3 – это кредиты. С помощью 3 столпов этого инструмента также может быть оказана поддержка водному сектору. Первый компонент предоставляет в основном бюджетную поддержку правительству Украины, но также могут быть поддержаны инвестиции. И водный сектор включен в числа секторов, которые могут быть поддержаны украинским правительством через компонент первый. Второй компонент поддерживает инвестиции. И это финансирование направляется через международные финансовые организации. Включены как гранты, так и гарантии. Среди предлагаемых инвестиций тоже муниципальные проекты водоснабжения и водоочистки. И тоже орошения на самом деле. Третий компонент предусматривает техническую помощь. И здесь, например, может быть оказана поддержка в приведении в соответствии национального законодательства с водним законодательством Євросоюзу. Це все для мене. Дякую, що вислухали, і слава Україні!
Героям слава! Дякую всім. Ми завершимо цю панель. Наступна панель, тобто ця панель була зорієнтована на те, щоб намалювати картину, як влаштоване державне управління і які в нас мають бути цілі і завдання. Наступна панель буде більш практична. Ми запрошували представників громад і будемо давати там безкоштовні і там коштовні інструменти, як громада на місцях, не чекаючи, поки через 5-10 років держава там підведе водопровід до них, може сама якось жити, там, розвивати сільське господарство і бізнес. Це перерва до 13:15.
How do you stop paying your power bills and begin generating
Починаємо другу частину, ще не всі зібрались, але таймінг є таймінг, будемо чекати. Значить, я запрошую, вибачте, треба трошки прибратися. Я хотів всіх пригласити. Зараз, почекайте. Ну, починаємо наступну панель. Ще не всі зібрались. Наступна панель у нас буде направлена на громади, і ми розраховуємо надати практичні інструменти, як громади можуть трошки покращити свій стан з управлінням водними ресурсами, з доступністю водних ресурсів, водоканали і таке інше. Назва «Практичні поради громадах по отриманню допомоги». Ні, вибачте, забіжав вперед. Наявність водних ресурсів як передумова успішного розвитку громад. Я запрошую на сцену Валерія Осіпова. Вітаю. Завідувача лабораторії моделювання річкових систем Українського гідрометеорологічного інституту, ДСНС України та Національної академії наук України. Зараз я всіх запрошую, секунду. Да, наступний наш спікер Ярослав Кріль, директор ТОВ «Водень України» і все, да? Досить. Запрошую на сцену Світлану Новак, директора з розвитку бізнесу торговельно-економічної місії Держави Ізраїль в Україні. І в залі має бути Олексій Андріященко, керівник напрямку водопостачання та водовідведення ТОВ «Грюнфас України». А де він? Так, давайте почнемо. Валерій, починайте презентацію, я поки пошукаю Олексія.
Всім доброго дня, я Валерій, я тут науковець і я працюю в Українському гідрометеорологічному інституті. І з командою ми запустили відкриту платформу, про яку я зараз буду розказувати. Давайте почнемо з відео. Я думаю, воно краще розкаже за платформу. Тут всі є параметри водного циклу. Ви бачите їх на відео, вони перелічені. Шар стоку, опади, випаровування, вологість ґрунту. Вся територія України, вона поділена на маленькі річкові басейни, і тут ви можете подивитись характеристики кожного басейну. Це ґрунти, землекористування, сільськогосподарські культури і навіть скільки добрив приблизно вноситься. Також є витрати води на річках. Тут набагато більше точок, ніж реально є спостережень. Це модель, тому є така можливість моніторити, моделювати. Ну і графіки, можна різні часовий крок обирати для цих графіків. Основний параметр – це водний стік, і також доступні його компоненти. Ви знаєте, він розділяється на поверхневий, ґрунтовий. Вологість ґрунту – важливий параметр для фермерів, наприклад. Ну, і ви бачите, можемо дивитись, які були критичні роки або протягом року, як змінюється вологість ґрунту, які місяці у нас є найбільш критичними. І є водний баланс загалом для кожного басейну випадають опади, і ми можемо подивитись, куди вони далі йдуть. Можна змінювати період, і автоматично перераховується мапа. Тобто ми можемо порівняти з попередніми 20 роками або з тим періодом, що є зараз. Це так само і для графіка, можна змінювати період. Ви можете зберігати як сам малюнок, так і дані у вигляді таблиці. Звісно, це все платформа відкрита, безкоштовна, нема ніяких обмежень на використання. Так само можна і мапу завантажити як малюнок або як таблицю. І далі можете відфільтрувати ту річку, яка вам найбільш цікава. Ну і можна для зручності подивитись офіційні поділ на річкові басейни, водогосподарські ділянки, або накласти адміністративний поділ від областей до територіальних громад. Ну, ви бачите посилання, за яким можна зайти на цю платформу. Ну, я думаю, воно ще буде. Так. Тут я вам нагадаю, що в Україні у нас є поділ на водогосподарські ділянки офіційні, в межах якого розраховуються баланси. Але так стається, що територіальні громади, у них свій поділ, і часто вони потрапляють в різні водогосподарські ділянки. Я взяв для презентації приклад такого кластеру з 3 громад в Полтавській області: Котелівська, Пішнянська, Диканська. Ви бачите, вони помаранчевого кольору. І вони потрапляють одразу в 3 водогосподарські ділянки. 2 стосуються річки Псел і 1 річки Ворскла. І на платформі LandWater ви можете подивитись водний баланс для тих басейнів, які потрапляють в ці територіальні громади. Тут на прикладі ми бачимо, що у нас випадає в середньому за рік 620 мм опадів. Що далі з опадами відбувається? Вони можуть або випаруватися, або потрапити в річку. От ми бачимо, скільки просочується в підземні горизонти, скільки потім потрапляє в річку, скільки потрапляє з поверхневим стоком. Звісно, основна частина, вона випаровується. Ну і давайте, я думаю, основне питання, яке хвилює територіальних громад, які водні ресурси у них доступні для використання. Для цього нам потрібно, для цього нам потрібно взяти загальний стік, поверхневий і підземний, але треба врахувати, що ми не можемо всю воду забрати. Треба так званий екологічний стік залишити, це від 10 до 60%, залежно від умов. Звісно, не всю воду іноді треба брати і треба очищувати. Також можуть бути втрати через інфраструктуру, якісь регуляторні обмеження, і, звісно, треба врахувати сезонні зміни.
Limitations and restrictions may be in place. We also have to understand that the level of water changes throughout the year. For an illustration, in this cluster, we can see that there are 37,000 people who reside in this area. According to the UN norms, the normal water supply is when there is 1,000 cubic meters of water per 1 person per year, which means we need to have to ensure 37 million cubic meters of water for this community. And from this land water platform, we can immediately see whether it's available. We can see precipitation, evaporation. So 80 millimeters of water flow remains, which in recalculation is 112 million cubic meters of water per year. 60% needs to remain, and available is 45 million cubic meters. That is to see that there is a little more available. There's a surplus of water than the actual needs of the population are. But we also have to be mindful of numerous subtleties and nuances that the level of water and the water flow
змінюється.
changes throughout the
Також
year.
на платформі ми можемо
And
це
with the help of the
побачити, що
platform, it gets graphic and visual that in winter time and springtime, the drain of water is big, understandably, because it's cold, because the water cannot evaporate, and it ends up in the river. We can see these bars marked in blue. But then beginning with the month of June, you can see a decline, and those 5 critical months when the level of water is not high at all. Also, one needs to be mindful of the fact that water can reach territorial communities as it is visible in this illustration. All of these communities, although they lie in different water estate, water farming areas, but the river Vorskla transverses these 3 communities, and this river brings to them about 600 million cubic meters of water annually. This information can also be checked on the platform. It's not available anymore anywhere because it's impossible to make observation points every 100 meters along the river, so this modeling data needs to be utilized. Also, we need to account for the fact that this is a median level over the last 3 decades. Sometimes, of course, we have not 600 million, but 5 times less than that. All of this needs to be checked, verified, and recalculated. I'm coming to the close of my presentation. I can say that this year we are also working on another platform, which is called Climate and Water. And this platform will also represent the changes in the water resources available in Ukraine by the end of this century, also with very high granulation for big and small river basins, water basins. And by the end of this year, this platform will have been completed. Moving on to conclusions, one might say that we are not stopping at the model that has just been demonstrated to you. It can be further granulated and more accurate information can be collected, but once again, it's all down to human and financial resources availability. It's also possible, depending on the needs of specific communities, to develop more user-friendly platforms. That's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. This platform is called Land Water. Land and Water. I suppose that if you enter this in Google, you will see landwater.yukhmy.org.ua. Yukhmy is the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Institute. It's the abbreviation for the name of our institute. Very soon it will be cited on our posted on the new site of our institute, and it will be very easily accessible to you so that you don't have to memorize this long link. Now it's available for long screens. On mobile application, of course, it's not very handy for you to check it out, but I very much hope that one day we can also make it available for telephone users. Thank you. Thank you very much, Valery. We haven't invited Valery just because. This is truly the coolest instrument. I have been able to check out lots of different things available. Moreover, it's free of charge. It is developing and it will definitely become even better. What must we understand, having heard the presentation delivered by Valery? In every community, let's put it this way, there is a particular peak point of water consumption. The end amount of water that can be used for all of the industry, people, irrigation purposes, but all of this amount of water is always limited. And this is a ready-made instrument which helps you to calculate how much water is available per your community right now within 10 minutes. All of this calculation will be at your fingertips. So that's the first thing that we have understood. The next one to speak is Yaroslav Kryl. And a small introduction. He will present to you the picture of how an investor entering a community thinks along the lines of water. Good afternoon. My name is Yaroslav Kryl, I'm here to represent the Hydrogen of Ukraine company, and our company is an active member of the Ukrainian Energy Association, the Ukrainian Hydrogen Council. We are also in cooperation with the Ukrainian Water Association. We have recently signed a memorandum with them, but I think that it's just the early beginning of this fruitful cooperation, because if we consider hydrogen energy, for the generation of hydrogen, two key resources are necessary. It's a great amount of renewable energy, and everybody says a great amount of water. However, now I will try to refute this statement. So let me say a few words about the project itself. We are going to build a plant for hydrogen generation in Odessa region next to Remy city. We began to develop this project 3 years ago. The company was established in 2020, 4 years ago, as you understand, specifically to suit the purposes of this project. Actually, we come from the renewable energy sources area, and before the full-scale invasion, the pool of our companies had been one of the 10 top companies that produce green energy. We understood where the world was going in terms of energy, renewable sources. So let me make an excursion back in the history. The European Commission approved the European Green Deal, a strategic document which provides for full rejection of the Russian fossil fuel by 2030. And here hydrogen is to play a key role in the strategic document and its implementation. Moreover, the European Union regards Ukraine as a potential exporter of hydrogen to the EU. In 2019, another strategic document was developed, which is called the Initiative 20 by 40 megawatt, which ensures building 40 megawatt electrolyzing opportunities, one in the EU and one in the neighboring countries. And Ukraine is a separate line in this strategy. And it says that Ukraine can also provide 10 gigawatt of electrolyzing opportunities of hydro and energy. 1 gigawatt is the power of one nuclear energy block. So you can calculate how much this is. So within the framework of implementing this project, we have some very good news. We have already obtained funding issued by the UK government, and this funding will definitely cover all of the costs to develop the feasibility study, comprehensive one that will cover 4 elements, one being definitely building the facility to generate hydrogen, and there will be 3 options to consider its utilization: pure hydrogen, second, the generation of green methanol, and green ammonium generation. The second key element is building the hydrogen pipeline to connect Ukraine with potential users within the European Union. And the element 3, because we will generate green hydrogen, we will develop feasibility study for wind and solar power generation. And the fourth, no less important element, is the study concerning underground energy storage capacity facilities in Odessa region. But because today's conference is dedicated to water, I would rather concentrate on the issues of water. This map was probably seen on numerous occasions by many of you. It was developed by the National Academy of Agrarian Sciences in Ukraine. This was the first question which was posed to me back in 2021 by our German counterparts when we were doing preliminary feasibility study concerning whether or not it was possible to build such a hydrogen manufacturing facility in Odessa region. This inspired us. And let us put it this way, according to the incumbent legislation, we're not supposed to do it, but we signed an agreement with the Institute of Geological Studies under the Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. The Department of Geoecology conducted a very detailed study of the water resources in the south of Odessa region, and we assessed minimal, average, or water consumption in the Danube River, the consumption of water in the whole of Odessa region, near the Danube lakes, the largest freshwater lake, which is located in this region, how the Danube River is connected with other underground reservoirs and how it exchanges water with near the Danube lakes, and how during the last 30 years the mineralization of the lakes has been changing, what mineralization level it is in the river Danube itself. Mineralization is a highly important element for us. Why? Because in order to generate hydrogen, we have to use demineralized water. If we consume or we put a pumping station on the river, we have to prepare it. We need to prepare demineralized water. So if we compare rivers, the Danube with the water in the Dnipro, so mineralization in the Danube is half that in the Dnieper. But such lakes as Kitai is a very salty lakes, and Kagul Lake over the last 30 years that we have been observing and studying, we have seen the gradual rise in the salination. I'm not going to dwell into the details as to why this has been happening and what factors have led to that. But within the framework of our research, we were able to measure all of the indicators and factors for all of the lakes in the region, surface, underground waters within the basin of the Danube River, and we ended up with having this model. In order to generate 1 kilo of hydrogen, if we consider the river of Danube, we need to use about 22.5 liters of river water, which after its demineralization will enable us to generate 9 liters of demineralized water. 13.5 liters will get back to the river after the reverse osmosis process, and out of these 9.5 liters of demineralized water, we'll be able to generate 1 kilo of hydrogen. So if we break down the structure of the cost effectiveness of 1 kilo of 1 hydrogen kilo, then the cost of hydrogen generation is about 4 to 5 euros per 1 kilo, depending on the conditions in which we will generate that and the concept of the factory that will manufacture this facility. In the tax code, it says about the cost of water consumption. If I'm not mistaken, it is 16 or 26 hryvnias per every 100 cubic meters. I may be mistaken, but 9 liters of water enable us to create added value in Ukraine to the amount of 5 euros. And if we're talking about the generation of methanol or green ammonium, then we have to also add this added value back right here in Ukraine. We are going to build in the first place a 100 megawatt facility, but we have also developed a model. If in the south of Odessa region, we get to build 3 gigawatt of electrolyzing capacity, our model answered that given the average annual costs of water consumption of the Danube River, for the water consumption for 3 gigawatt of electrolysis will only be just a small substance, 0.036% of the average consumption of water in the Danube River. So we decided to see how this would affect, for example, the city of Reni. They consume water from the underground lake. There is some kind of water exchange between the Danube and some other rivers. It's impossible to say that the production of hydrogen will make the whole territory of Ukraine dry. So we have been able to refute all of this narrative, because when they speak about basically replacing carbon fuels of Russia with the generation of hydrogen, they also say that it's impossible to generate so much hydrogen in Ukraine because we will fritter away all of the water. So this is our slogan, the hydrogen for Ukraine. So join our efforts. Thank you.
Є трохи що додати на рахунок, яка кількість води потрібна для виробництва водню. Я б ввів таке там поняття, не знаю, як водовмісткість виробництва.
There is such a term as the volume of water necessary to create a product. Everything needs to be compared, ecological impact and the amount of water. Let's take an example of Yaroslav and his search for a nice place with a lot of water where hydrogen can be produced. They found this place next to Dunai River. So to produce hydrogen for $1, they need 5 liters of water. But for other thing, they for premises for some other equipment, they need 200 liters of water. So you need to take into account what kind of a business will be the main one in the community, because you have limited resource of water, and if you involve business, it needs a small amount of water, you will need less hydrogen. So you need to calculate all of that. I am now giving the floor to Svetlana Novak. Would you like to start a discussion? Okay, the figures are very exact. So Svetlana, the floor is yours. Svetlana is Business Development Director of Israeli Economic and Trade Mission to Ukraine. Thank you very much, Artem. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for your interest in Israeli experience. I was very attentive from the very beginning of the conference. I took notes, and I would like to structure my presentation in a bit different way than it was planned since the beginning. I would like to start with the main thing. I would like to invite everyone to Israel, because Israel has many things to share in this sense. You already heard the statistical data. Here is the slide about the water exhibition that will be held in Jerusalem on 16th, 19th June. The topics are shortage of water, climate change, and sustainable development. That's something we already mentioned during the first panel, and the issues that were mentioned here actually can be addressed using Israeli experience. Thank you, Artem, for underlining the importance of access to drinking water, high quality clean water from the point of view of economy and business, not only from the point of view of well-being of the population, but also from the point of view of business development, because at some point they took it into account in Israel. The Makrot company that was already mentioned today was founded even before the state became independent, which happened in 1948. And yesterday we celebrated the Independence Day of the State of Israel. So another specific feature I would like to draw your attention to: all the countries aim to preserve and use water resources in efficient way, but there is one specific feature in Israel, and even 2 years ago it was not relevant. All the solutions in Israel are adapted to war reality. I will try to briefly tell you about who we are and why we are here. We are Economic and Trade Mission to Ukraine. We help Israeli companies to find partners in Ukraine. There are 43 missions like mine. We work under the embassies, and we ensure cooperation between Israeli and Ukrainian companies. First of all, it's about export of Israeli experience in Ukraine, but there are also such directions as exchange of experience, international cooperation. If you have any questions as to B2B cooperation between Israel and Ukraine, please contact us or I may refer you to someone else. Now I will focus on the example of our activity. We organize business delegation trips from Ukraine to Israel and vice versa, and it works in different areas, in particular the area of water management. So I invite you to come to Israel to exchange experience. The exhibition I mentioned also provides for organized tailor-made business visits, and they will take into account your individual needs. So there are exhibitions taking place in Israel and abroad. And if you cannot come for the exhibition, the cooperation can be organized online during the COVID pandemic period. We already learned how to do it. Of course, Israeli water sector, water technology sector is part of the climate sector. And if climate tech includes 850 companies, 130 of them are specifically related to water technology sector. I would like to add a bit of interactivity here. Have you been to Israel? Do you know about these companies? Yes, thank you very much. There were previous speakers who attended the Mashav program. I would like to add that there are companies that address the issues mentioned here. I will briefly speak about each of them. Stera solutions are very well applicable in Ukraine. I will ask Mr. Valery, where do you take data for your platform? It's very interesting. Thank you. First of all, we need metadata, climate analysis to cover the territories that we cannot follow, as well as transport part. We have a database with the soils of Ukraine. We take images from the space. These are the main data. Everything is in open access. Thank you very much. We also have a Stara company. You can see the logo here. It's the company which analyzes the data from space, and they might indicate some problems even when it's not obvious from the ground, and all the solutions I mentioned are aimed at decreasing the waste of water, because as far as I understand, it's a bit more than 10% in Ukraine. I even heard the number of 60% in Israel since the beginning of the independence of the state. There was a substantial lack of water, and thanks to the policy of the State of Israel and innovative spirit, support of the company led to the profit in Israel. Now we produce 20% more of the water than we need, and we can see a decrease in desert. 60% of Israel is desert, and the main agricultural activities are conducted there. There are many facts. You know that drop technologies were invented in Israel, and actually agriculture consumes approximately 50% of all the water resources, and 95% of wastewater are reused for the needs of agriculture. I am now stating many different facts, but I would like you to know about them. There are many solutions to decrease the water waste. There are also other companies presented on this slide, and they allow you to see in real time everything that's happening on the controlled territory. The Makarot company was already mentioned, but all of these companies are ready to exchange experience. And if you are interested to know more about their technologies, you are very welcome. These companies provide equipment for water supply. I really like Bermat company. I don't have hot water at home right now, and I'm constantly reminding myself of this company. Riplason are represented in Ukraine, but not only these companies. Filtration, improved purification systems. There is Kanto company which analyzes wastewater. It was already mentioned that they are more polluted, and it's not always possible to control their quality. So the Can-Do company works on that. Aquantis provides ultraviolet purification of water for municipal needs and the needs of enterprises. Solutions for emergency situations. I don't have much time left, but I would like to add that there are many solutions for the cases of emergencies, and these are mostly mobile solutions. Galmobil is a vehicle which goes to a river, for example, to distant localities, which is already equipped with the systems for filtrations and purification. You just put a pipe into the river, and you can get drinking water. There is water chain company which creates water from air. It's very interesting. Desalination. IDE Technologies company is a world leader in desalination, and I would like to add that they are among 15 biggest world companies, and thanks to desalination, Israel gets 70% of its water. If you take a Ukrainian map, we can see that it would be very relevant here, a very timely solution to supply water. Baron Group, it's a big engineering company as well as Okeana. Actually, that's it. You are invited to Water to Israel. And please contact me if you have any questions. Here you can see my email address. Feel free to contact me, and we can also exchange phone numbers. Thank you, Artem. There are many things that can be added, but not much time. Look what happened in Israel. Several decades ago, they found a high-quality solution with water resource. Israeli companies did it. Now, Ukraine is known. Israel, is known all over the world as the place with high-quality management of water resources, and any buyer at any country will rather choose Israeli company among a range of companies. So I have a dream. Let's change our country thanks to Ukrainian entrepreneurs. Let's develop new technologies, and our MFA representative will be somewhere in some country telling how our companies can provide solutions. I would like to add that Israel also used experience of other countries. It's not only innovative spirit, so please make use of this experience. We are open to share it. Thank you. Now I'm giving the floor to Alexei Andreyashchenko, head of Water Supply and Drainage Department and Force Ukraine. Thank you, Artem. Thank you, dear participants. I have a simple presentation, so you will be able to relax a bit, but I would like to suggest to look at Danish experience. I represent a Danish company, Grundfos, which is a manufacturer of pump equipment. But this presentation won't be about pumps. I would like to use the example of our company to show how business can be responsible and why companies that work with water have to understand their responsibility. Today, in Ukraine and globally, if you work with water, it's not only about money, it's about life in general. I think many of you know this information, but approximately 40 years ago, former UN Secretary General said that water is the oil of the next century. 1985, the next war in the Middle East will be fought over water, not politics. That's what politicians thought, and we live after these years. But we can see that this prognosis became reality, and we can see that water is a very valuable resource today, and how we use it, how we manage it, will define the life on our planet for many decades ahead. We can see that in this century, water will indeed be more important than oil. Here you can see another phrase by Benjamin Franklin: when the well is dry, you know the worth of water. And today, especially in Ukraine, our problems are exacerbated due to the war, and we could already feel it during the attacks. I am sure that you all can confirm that when there is no electricity, we can survive it, but when there is no water for 2 days in your apartment, it becomes very difficult. But when there is a lack of water, it's a global problem which leads to a number of other problems. So the consequences can be very dramatic. It's economic impact, social consequences, of course. People become more vulnerable, especially the vulnerable groups of people. It leads to higher pollution, illnesses. So problems with water lead to a number of other problems. We need to be conscious of it. And this is a slide from the World Resource Institute. We can find Ukraine on this map. It's marked in red color, and it says that according to the projections of these organizations, until 2040, the amount of water we are going to consume will be maximum amount of water we have on our territory. So this water stress level, it's the burden we are going to have at 2040. So this burden will be as heavy as possible, and we still have some time to get ready to it. So the topic of this session, this conference is important. We are talking about water resource management, whether we're doing it in best way possible, who are participants in this process, what can be done, in what areas we need to work. So we gather here to voice these issues.
The session with the water canals was conducted yesterday, but this is a separate issue. Yesterday, I conducted my own study as I was going in a taxi, and I was talking to a taxi driver, someone who has nothing to do with all of these things, water management, just a regular consumer. And I asked him, do you buy any water, bottled water, when you go out? He says, well, I do. 15 to 20 hryvnias. Is this expensive? He says, well, it's affordable. And I said, but in your water, in your flat, you can get 1,000 liters of water and you pay 30 hryvnias for that. And we as the whole population say that this is way too expensive. So in addition to that, we also have to work with the population and get to explain to them that tap water, clean tap water, needs to be expensive if we want to get it at an adequate level. All of this has to be shaped at the government level. This is my viewpoint, and it has to be lowered from top down. And we at the grassroots level also have to initiate these changes. Also, I have this understanding that we have this unique vision. The war has contributed a lot in terms of the changes, hardships, but it's also, the crisis is also a new window of opportunity, something that other neighboring countries don't have right now. Something that we have at our disposal right now is to start qualitative changes. So we stand very good chances within a very short period of time to make a real leap. The point is whether we are going to utilize this opportunity or not. So Grundfos has always said that we are a socially responsible company, resource-aware company, and a lot of our initiatives are aimed at the protection of water resources, different natural resources, not only water, and careful treatment of water. Grundfos, as a company, has assumed responsibility with its activities to support 2 sustainable development goals. It's the access to quality drinking water and access to sewage. And we are not just paying lip service, we are spending huge amounts of money and implementing a number of activities to move along these lines. Very briefly about our company, which was founded back in 1945. When we talk about the amount of production manufactured, we are a #1 producer of pumps in the world, because per day we produce about 40,000 pumps, and we are more than 20,000 employees. In Ukraine, it's 21 employees. We try to work and implement different business initiatives as well as CSR initiatives, even here in Ukraine, having not that much personnel. So I can see that my time is running out. Let me say a few things about what we are doing in Ukraine. We are implementing initiatives to reduce water consumption for industrial purposes, also to reduce energy consumption for our pumps, particularly those that our consumers procure from us. And another initiative, and I advise you strongly to check out C40 initiatives. These are 40 large cities across the globe that have united for this initiative. They can see the signs that very soon the population within these cities will have to face a serious water shortage, water scarcity, and the necessity to make wild investments in ensuring access to water to the population. So 40 large cities have united their efforts, and they have developed a number of initiatives in order to reduce this. load, and Grundfos is an impactful sponsor of this initiative. It was one of the reasons and a step for us to undertake. Why, for example, we are not participating in IFAT. IFAT, probably you know, it's one of the largest Munich-based exhibitions. It's running these days. But our company decided that these days, if you claim about your values, you have to comply with them, you have to stick to them. So just advertising at an exhibition is not the best money investment. It's much better to invest your money in the initiatives which are aimed at careful water usage and management, or solving problems related to water scarcity in the future. This graph also demonstrates the plans of our company to reduce the consumption of water in our manufacturing facilities, in our offices. So you can see that by 2050, we aim to reduce the consumption of water in comparison with 2022 by 96%. It's a really serious indication. C40 initiative that I have already mentioned, you can read about that more. So it says that 650 million city dwellers will be faced with serious water shortages by 2050. 1.6 billion people who live in cities will be faced with a significant rise in temperature. And a lot of cities which are thinking ahead, forward thinking, they're already uniting their efforts to start resolving these issues today. One more slide. In addition to the initiatives that we are supportive of, we're also offering different pumping solutions, which are not just pumps to pump water, but if you have very complicated conditions, there is no central energy supply, and you would like to use renewable energy sources, water, wind energy, or generation facilities, we have specifically tailor-made solutions for you. Like if you have a bore or a well in your country. So usually these pumps have a very high current, and you need a generator which needs to be 2 or 3 times much more powerful in order to ensure this strong current of electricity. So we have some special converters where we can ensure that this current will be reduced in its voltage, and it will be just 5 kilowatt for you to ensure that you can run these pumps. So there are solutions available. Of course, they are more expensive than the standard solutions, but you will be able to economize at the other expenses. You have an opportunity to control it all remotely. Some of you may be familiar with that more, others less. All of this can be discussed, but Grundfos has different solutions which are aimed at your saving energy and using renewable energy sources and ensure stable water supply. Artem, I would also like to mention a couple of things. Out of 5 remaining slides, I will just share about one of them. I want to appeal with you to check out, just a second, an interesting documentary. It hasn't become a mainstream one, but you can easily access it on the internet. It's called Into Dust. The title is given at the top of this slide. This film was fully sponsored by Grundfos, my company, and it sounds pretty strange. The company that makes pumping systems makes films, but this is a film about a real fact-based story. It's all set in Pakistan. What happens to a society when a monopoly, when criminals take water under their control, in their check, when a criminal mafioso structures begin to run a society claiming the control over water from the general public. The film is about 1 hour in length, and it provides answers to numerous questions as to why water is so valuable, why we are speaking so much about it, and why we have to be mindful of what access we are going to ensure to drinking water tomorrow. So Into Dust. And our company is investing in making sure that our authorities, I do not mean Ukrainian authorities, but global authorities, will be communicated to about the complexity of the water issues. And the last statement to make. One of the slogans of our company is possibility in every drop. It speaks for itself. And this slogan really demonstrates that the value of every single drop of water can be interpreted, of course, in a variety of ways. But nowadays, we live in the world where even one drop of water can result in such a value and in such great accomplishments. So let's be careful in our treatment of water. Everyone in the positions that we fulfill, we have to give it a thought to the attitude that we have as to how to treat water. And we have to raise these issues at the highest possible official levels. We cannot put it aside anymore. We have to roll up our sleeves and get down to business. Thank you very much indeed. I've been able to communicate my idea, I hope. At least I have hooked you on watching this film called Into Dust. Yes, let's watch the film. Grunfoss are the best. There's little to add to that. But let me add 2 more facts. Fact number 1, Grunfoss is also a member of the Ukrainian Water Association, for which we are very grateful to Grunfoss for supporting us. And fact 2 to speak about, Alexei will probably correct me if I'm wrong, if something has changed, but as far as I know, Grunfoss is the only pumping system producer which in 2022 fully withdrew from Russia and lost about 20% share. We lost all of our share, but I mean your global share. It was 100 million euros losses, and our facility has already been nationalized in Russia. Yes, but we withdrew from Russia, and we also had to pay huge fines to global companies like developers like Veolia and others because we failed on fulfilling our contracts in Russia. So since the time the war started, we refused to supply pumping systems there, and of course, this cost us a pretty penny. Artem, I beg your pardon, but I have to mention it's also a very fine illustration. Very recently, our country was visited by Boldu Jensen, the CEO of Grunfoss company. I had just 1-minute conversation with him in a lift, and I said, as a team, we are so grateful for this decision to withdraw from Russia. And I said to him, probably as a business, it was a very difficult decision. He interrupted me. It was not a very difficult decision to take. We took it in under 1 minute. The rest was details. And I said, cool, if it's so, really awesome. But he said, when in taking your decision, you're run by your values. It's always easy to take a decision. But once you begin to vacillate or hesitate, it means that you're beginning to count your gains, margins. But if you're acting based on your values, that it's very easy to act. And in such situations, you definitely understand whether you're doing it right or wrong. Thank you. Thank you very much, company Grunfoss. So let's wrap up this panel. Our next panel is practical advice for communities on receiving assistance for water restoration. The moderator is Pavel Nalivayko. I'm inviting him to the stage, and he will introduce the rest of our panelists.
Раз. Алло. Да? Порядок? Окей. Дякую, що ви з нами.
Thank you for being with us. I'm happy for this conference to take place, and I'm very much hoping for it to be a practical one. So I would like to invite on this stage Ivan Ivakhnenko, Igor Moroz, Marian Shambor, and Bogdan Sinchuk.
Всі на місцях.
Everyone is set and ready. So the practical stage for communities, I think it's going to be pretty interesting, less theory, more practice, trying to demonstrate what the people are busy dealing with, what successes they have attained, how it's possible to develop our country for it to become the best prosperous European country. It's already a very good tradition to gather together at such field conferences, and I hope that the annual format of such conferences will definitely become a tradition for the Ukrainian Water Association. Just in a nutshell, there are two types of programs. Programs are short-term to cover pitfalls, and strategic, as opposed to strategic programs, which afford communities to create and make for the future within the nearest 20 to 30 years. This is something to incentivize communities to keep working and create jobs and contribute to the future. So this is our goal for gathering here today. And I'm hoping that we are going to hear about some success cases from our communities. The first to speak is Ivan Ivakhnenko, who is a representative of a local community, and he will speak about this. Good afternoon. I'm a representative of Tomakiv community. Tomakivka is located in Dnipro region, about 18 kilometers from Marganets town and 35 kilometers from Zaporizhzhia city. We are a small buffer zone. Such big successes as the ones that Israel or Sweden have to offer, I cannot share or account. We have unfortunately lost our centralized water supply after the Kakhovka HPP was destroyed. Collecting water from the river nearby, it was unfortunately impossible for us. We are more than 18,000 strong population community, and there are dozens of thousands of people who are IDPs, and our neighboring Marganets community is also suffering a lot because of having no centralized water supply. So imagine no technical water, no drinking water. At first, assistance came from the State Emergency Service. So fire engines would supply us with drinking water just within the first week after the disaster. Then different foundations began to provide us with water. It's the Water Foundation in particular. They provided us with drinking water. What happened after that? Something needed to be done, and the first thing we did was to establish cooperation with numerous funds, and we thank them enormously. Here I would like to mention the Swiss Cooperation Bureau at the Embassy of Switzerland, Together for Ukraine, WASH Cluster, Acted, Solidarity, numerous funds and organizations that stepped in to help us. Drinking water. Technical water was not so much of a problem at that point for us anymore, but the acute question was drinking water, fresh water, because geographically we are located in such an area where we don't have underground drinking water. All of the water underground is technical. So we had to establish the reverse osmosis systems. They had to be installed, and let me demonstrate some of this to you. In the first place, this is our central park, central community. This slide shows you one of the points that was equipped and fitted with the system of reverse osmosis. One was provided by Razom for Ukraine, Together for Ukraine. So we built this facility in this location for reverse osmosis. And here there was a renewable source dating back to the Soviet times. And after the Kakhovka Dam was destroyed, we began to look for approximate sources that could provide us for some drinking water, something that we had to do very quickly, just to provide our population with some water. So we had the special point where people could come and get some drinking water from, regardless of how much water they wanted to get. So now we have a lot of such points, and the pumping systems are 5. We have 5 systems of reverse osmosis, but in our community, we have numerous points for providing the population with drinking water. So here you can see one of the trucks, which was provided by the Swiss embassy. So it also provides us with an opportunity to deliver water to different users. This is also within one of the villages of our community. We have this point equipped with the reverse osmosis system. And there's a special box that enables people to get this water. No problem. It's absolutely free of charge to meet drinking needs for the 18,000 population within our community. Of course, there are some difficulties. Our community is 35 different villages, 2 of which had centralized water supply. The rest of them had some water to be brought to them. Soon summer is coming, and we will definitely fall on hard times in terms of water delivery. So now we are looking for a donor or a sponsor who will help us to buy one more vehicle for water delivery, and we will be very much grateful to anyone who would be so willing to help us. That's all that I could say. Thank you very much indeed. Fascinating experience. You can see that the community, with the help of donors, has been able to achieve real success. So once again, the people who are dying, they're coming to their own rescue. They're working together with their donors. And one of the key associations helping us is the WASH cluster.
There is a central WASH cluster, and we are now going to listen about its activities. Hello, everyone. I will use my notes because I'm not used to public speaking. My name is Ihora. I work in the cluster of information management. Before, I worked in another cluster. What does cluster mean? Cluster is an association or an information center for humanitarian organizations, which helps its participants to communicate at different cluster meetings, coordinate efforts, detect what regions require more humanitarian assistance or less of it, so that humanitarian partners know what kind of humanitarian assistance is necessary for a specific region. That's what clusters do. And also, if there are some standard challenges faced by organizations, we can involve academic expert environment to address these challenges. Now there are over 100 humanitarian organizations working in Ukraine. They deal with water, sanitary issues, hygiene. You can see the map of all the organizations working here, but not all of them work with utility companies. Some of them can help hospitals, vulnerable population groups, schools, etc. By the way, usually such organizations as UNICEF, International Committee of Red Cross, IOM, Acted Solidarity, People in Need, Action Against Hunger work with utility companies as well as some other organizations. There are many bodies, many communities, so cluster can become a bridge for them. For that, we have Eastern, Northern, Southern departments of the cluster, but also departments for cooperation with water utility companies. We collect the existing needs, we communicate them to humanitarian organizations and monitor who can help with them. There are three types of projects. So there are three types of projects. The first type is humanitarian life-saving support. There are also projects for restoration of damaged infrastructure and projects for the development. USAID, GIZ, and other development agencies usually deal with the two latter ones. On the other side, humanitarian aid means that something should be provided quickly, like providing a pipe or restoring the water supply. Everything which is needed to restore or improve water supply. At this point, clusters maintain that regions that close to the contact line require humanitarian assistance, and the regions that were under occupation require restorations, and the regions which are more distant or face into some indirect consequences of war require experience exchange. We have been cooperating with the colleagues from international organizations, and I would like to give some pieces of advice how to better cooperate. First, there should be a primary document, which is a request for the necessary assistance sent to humanitarian organizations. It should comprise information about the locality, about the needs, how the necessary things are going to be used, and also contacts who humanitarian organizations can maintain contact with for further cooperation. Such requests can be sent to the regional departments as well as the central cluster, but also directly to the humanitarian organizations. We should also understand that if a cluster receives a request like that, we follow its processing. We decide what organizations will ensure some aid. And another piece of advice, if you send a request to an organization, you should write down what organization received it so that you later monitor whether it is responded to. And it's better not to send the same request several times to different organizations, because a lot of time and resource can be wasted if two organizations work simultaneously to cover the same project. As to the request, you need to make it clear, and if you only write that you need assistance to restore some canals, it might be unclear, but you might indicate that you need a pipe of a specific diameter or pumps. This is more specific information humanitarian organizations will be able to work with. Usually, humanitarian organizations, before taking a decision to start on a project or not, conduct an assessment of situation. They go to a locality or to an enterprise, ask a lot of questions. After that, they use all of the information collected to make a decision whether they start on this project or not. So one organization can visit 10 cities and take only one project. So when you get a visit from this similar organization, just write down their contacts, their phone numbers, so that you can call them a bit later to ask what's wrong with the project.
відкритість до співпраці з боку громади з гуманітарними організаціями – це запорука ефективного виконання проєкту. Чим скоріше будуть підписані відповідна документація, отримана необхідна інформація, проведені відповідні дії, які беруть на себе обидві сторони.
So we need to work fast to start and end project as soon as possible, and not all the projects are taken, not all the requests are satisfied completely or right away, so you might need a bit more time. So that the project is received and performed, because every organization has their own procedures, and sometimes it may be difficult to Another important factor, if humanitarian organization doesn't know about needs, it will be impossible for them to act. So these international organizations should know about all of the needs so that the requests are responded to. Here I can add, if you have any questions, you can call me, get a consultations. I speak Ukrainian. You can see my phone number on the slide. We will be happy to cooperate because we understand the situation in Ukraine and we try to do everything we can. Thank you, Igor. A very interesting and useful piece of advice, and I would like to give more information. Working with cluster is one of the factors in further cooperation and work within large projects. So when a community wants to take part in a large project, the first step is cooperation with one organization which also is a member of the cluster. If a community has one, two successful projects in WASH cluster, it shows that they are able to work successfully on a different level. And now I'm giving the floor to Marian Shambar, Vodokhanal Cell Lead, National WASH Cluster in Ukraine, please.
Okay, thank you. So I make break. Okay,
Yeah, like 1
thank
2
you.
sentences and then
Okay.
give me a break to interpret.
So I will shorten. Okay, thank you very much. So let me jump to. So Igor presented the WASH cluster. Within the WASH cluster, we have a special team dedicated to support to Vodokhanal in Ukraine.
Ігор уже представляв кластер ВОШ, який займається водою, гігієною та санітарією. Тут є декілька різних організацій, які займаються різною низкою питань.
We are 4 people. Maybe you know the other ones better than you know me. Andrei Nikitin, the Vice President of the Vodokhanal Association, and Alexander Kozak are our experts, and Olia is our information manager.
Тут є 4 людей, представлених і на цьому слайді, і в нашій організації, які запікуються всіма цими питаннями. Можливо, деяких із них ви знаєте краще, ніж мене. Андрій Нікітін, це віце-президент Асоціації ВК. Олександр Козак, наш технічний експерт, і Оля Горбатова, вона наша інформаційна менеджерка.
So this team is a joint effort of UNICEF, the Vodokhanal Association and the Swiss Cooperation.
І ця команда здійснює таку допомогу і українським водоканалам, і співпрацю їх із швейцарськими організаціями, які приходять на допомогу.
So, in very brief, what we do, we collect information about the needs of Vodokhanal.
Щодо того, чим ми займаємося, дуже коротко. По-перше, ми збираємо всю інформацію, яка необхідна на запити водоканалу.
We put priorities within the needs to help humanitarian organization.
Далі ми пріоритизуємо всі потреби, особливо гуманітарного спрямування.
And we share this information with all humanitarian organizations.
Ми далі розсилаємо цю інформацію організаціям, які займаються гуманітарною допомогою.
We have a website where every drop of water is a Vodacanaal.
У нас є свій веб-сайт, який називається «Кожна краплина води – це водоканал».
Where we have the need, the priorities, and who is doing what.
І тут розприоритизовані всі потреби і розписано дуже конкретно, чим займається кожен водоканал.
At the level of a pipe in a street.
Починаючи із рівня труб і всього того, що відбувається, як вода постачається до людей.
That way we make sure we don't have duplication.
Таким чином ми опікуємося тим, щоб не було дублювання наших зусиль.
But we do other things. We try to build advocacy for the Vodacanaal.
І ще чим ми займаємося? Ми адвокатуємо про потреби водоканалів.
Like for water quality, for resilience, for planning for reconstruction or for tariff.
Це те, що стосується якості води, стійкості самих водоканалів і формування тарифів.
And that's what I'm going to talk today. We organized conference with Vodacanaal where we try to understand what is their deepest problem.
І ще хотіла би розказати про одну подію, яка відбулася порівняно недавно. Ми зробили таку велику конференцію, де представники різних водоканалів ділилися своїми потребами і проблемами.
And I want to talk to you today about the conclusion of two roundtables we organized. One in December with the most affected Vodacanaal of the most affected oblast.
По-перше, хотіла би поділитися висновками, які було отримано на цій конференції. Це був такий круглий стіл, на якому ми зібрали представників найбільш постраждалих водоканалів.
And our colleague from Tomakivka was there.
І наш колега із Томаківки так само там був присутній.
And just want to present a few conclusions.
Отож, хотіла би сказати про декілька висновків.
The two main challenges from Vodacanaal are, according to them, the water quality.
Два основні проблеми, з якими стикаються водоканали, на думку самих водоканалів, по-перше, це якість води.
Especially after Kakhovka dam destruction.
Особливо після того, як була зруйнована Каховська дамба.
And the second one is always the power supply.
І по-друге, це завжди енергопостачання.
Even if they have generators, they will not have money to buy fuel or not have staff to operate the generators.
Навіть якщо і є генератори, дуже часто немає грошей, щоб вони працювали, або людей, які могли би їх обслуговувати.
Regarding the level of services.
Стосовно рівня обслуговування.
2/3 of water supply is working, 50% of sewage is in operation.
2/3 систем водопостачання працюють лише на 50%, особливо коли ми говоримо про системи, які завідують водостоками.
Main challenges have lack of special vehicles, especially excavators.
І основна проблема – це брак спеціальних засобів, головним чином це екскаватори і пересувні транспортні засоби.
And that makes it very complicated to replace some pipes.
І через те, що екскаваторів немає, дуже важко буває заміняти труби і постраждалі такі участки труб.
Lack of staff because of mobilization, for instance.
Бракує персоналу через мобілізацію, зокрема.
The access sometimes is complicated because of the road conditions, because of shelling.
Доступ до постраждалих ділянок дуже ускладнений, по-перше, обстрілами через те, що там ведуться активні бойові дії, і дуже складними ділянками доріг, через які треба їздити.
And for instance, Marganet, Vodacanaal, they told us they can work by a range of 15 minutes
У Марганці нам, наприклад, водоканал сказав, що він може працювати лише по 15 хвилин з такими періодами, коли він не працює.
Otherwise, their staff is in danger.
І так само їхній персонал знаходиться в постійній небезпеці.
And some legal aspect may be complicated. Some works have been done in emergency, and then they face refusal from authority to legalize the works like boreholes or networks afterwards.
Так само юридичні аспекти мають бути задіяні. Деякі органи влади відмовляються легалізувати деякі свердловини або мережі, які були побудовані без ліцензій.
So that's all the challenge affected Vodafone face to provide safe water to the population.
Це от такі основні складнощі, з якими стикаються водоканали для того, щоб долати ці проблеми і надавати такі населенню питну воду.
And if we talk about finance,
якщо говоримо про фінансову сторону,
invoices are issued, but 50% are paid compared to 90% before.
Зараз хоч і виставляються рахунки, але із них лише оплачується 50% у порівнянні з 90%, як це було раніше.
Sometimes it's because the water quality decreased and people don't want to pay the same price for lower water quality.
І чому це відбувається? Оскільки виставляються ціни на рахунки ті самі, а може ще й вищі, а якість води погіршилася, і люди просто відмовляються платити ці гроші.
And in parallel, the cost for producing water has increased.
І паралельно з цим витрати на виробництво води, звісно, підвищились.
In average, for this affected Vodafone, the revenue cover 40% of their costs.
І на сьогоднішній день, у порівнянні з тим, якою була ситуація, водоканали можуть отримувати, відшкодовувати лише 40% усіх своїх витрат.
So how do they survive? Mostly they don't pay for electricity.
Ну, як же вони виживають? Вони самі не платять за електроенергію.
But they live under the threat of being disconnected, and sometimes it happens.
І це обґрунтовано через те, що вони дуже часто, як ми вже зрозуміли, просто не мають електропостачання.
Or they have backlogs in the payment of salaries of their staff.
Або вони просто не виплачують заробітну платню своїм працівникам.
They receive support from municipalities.
Отримують так само, вони видатки їхні покриваються із бюджету муніципалітетів.
But it's insufficient for 75% of them.
Але це недостатній обсяг для 75% таких водоканалів.
And they expect it to be worse in 2020. They expected at the time to be worse this year because of the increase of military taxes.
І на той час, коли проводився цей круглий стіл, вони казали, що ситуація впродовж 2024 року, звісно, ще й більше погіршиться.
So what do they need? What do they tell us they need?
Що ж, як вони нам сказали, їм потрібно?
You see, the main problem is the finance.
І ви бачите, що основна проблема, яка вказана ними, це фінанси.
So they ask financial support.
Вони просили про фінансову підтримку.
But that's something humanitarian organization, UN agency cannot do.
Але ви розумієте, що гуманітарні організації і агенції ООН не можуть допомогти з цим.
So what can we do instead?
Що ж ми можемо таки зробити натомість?
We can cover the recurrent costs like chemicals, consumables, spare parts with donation.
Ми можемо все-таки допомагати їм з відшкодуванням витратних матеріалів.
Support any repair or rehabilitation works.
Допомагати їм із їхніми реабілітаційними усілякими роботами на підтримку діяльності систем.
And support any initiatives that will help them save money.
І підтримувати будь-які їхні ініціативи, які допоможуть їм економити кошти.
So how can we reduce their operational costs?
Як же ми можемо допомогти зменшити їхні операційні видатки?
Optimize the network.
По-перше, це оптимізувати мережі.
But most of the Vodafone they don't have in-house capacity to do the study and prepare the request.
Але більшість водоканалів не мають спроможності для того, щоб провести дослідження і підготувати належні проекти.
So they also need support for consultancy.
Тому їм потрібні консультанти, консультації,
Reduction of non-revenue water.
Зменшення води, яка не приносить доходу.
And metering system at network and consumer level is always a priority for Vodafone.
Тобто ми говоримо про зменшення втрат води. Наступне – це, звісно, обладнання, яке допомагає вимірювати, скільки води проходить по системі.
And obviously reduce the cost for power supply.
І, відповідно, зменшення видатків на електропостачання.
So reducing the leakage help.
Звісно, тут допоможе зменшення втрат води.
But modern equipment also.
Але й сучасне обладнання так само стане в пригоді.
And also alternative and decentralized source of power.
А так само, як ви зрозуміли, альтернативні джерела електропостачання.
For instance, solar panel in south of Ukraine.
Тобто, і коли ми говоримо про сонячну, вітрову енергетику, особливо на півдні України.
And I think I will stop there for
І,
today.
здається, це все від мене.
Дуже дякую. Very thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can see, these activities are very important for communities. It's the first lever they can use. If the state doesn't help, you can always reach out to Worst Cluster. The budget this year is 420 million hryvnias. Sorry, dollars. 420,000 million dollars. We start working, we continue, and we go on. Another speaker I would like to introduce, representative of Swedfund government agency, Bogdan Sinchuk. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be here. It's not the first time we gather here. We already presented some solutions for the management of household waste. I would like to add a bit of interactivity in our conversation. Could you please raise your hands if you are representatives of cities and communities? Great. Another question. Who had an opportunity to cooperate with international funding institutions such as European Investment Bank, NAFCO, or EBRD? Perfect. Last year, Swedfund started actively supporting Ukraine. Before that, we didn't have a single project with Ukraine, but as our colleague from Denmark said, countries of Northern Europe are our best friends. Together with other Europeans who responded since the first days of the full-scale invasion, how is Swedfund helping Ukraine today? It is a bit different from what Wash Cluster does. We have mostly middle-term and long-term projects. And of course, when there is no electricity supply and water utility companies cannot supply water, that's it. It might seem that the life stops, but Ukraine will prevail, and we will have ready-made projects for the future. That's what Swedfund is working on. Any community can reach out to us. There are some limitations, and they're due to the fact that international financial institutions estimate the possibilities of communities to generate income for the future to repay the loans, for example. So to some extent, we tend to choose communities with approximately 20,000 population and more. What we started with, last year we launched a project in Kremenchuk city, and now we are in an active phase of implementation of this project. We are currently preparing the feasibility study. And here you can see the photos of signing the agreements between Sveka company and the mayor of Kremenchuk city. In the other photo, you can see some field studies in Kremenchuk city. It was a pilot project which allowed us to develop the mechanisms for cooperation with communities and cities. The owner of the project is city council or community or another authority, and within the framework of these activities, together with the community, the experts of Swedfund prepare technical documentation. Then there is a tender process. Danish and Swedish companies, as well as French companies, won the last tenders. Usually they undergo preliminary selection. There is no open request consideration because it takes time. Swedfund understands who is able to perform a specific task, and usually 5 or 6 companies are invited to participate in a tender. Usually 3 or 4 companies are chosen and become winners. Another important thing I would like to share with you. Here you can see a list of cities we work in. First, it's Kremenchuk. The cost of project is 8 million Swedish crowns. We can divide it by 10 and we'll get the sum in dollars. Another project is being implemented in Burштyn city. And it's for 600,000 euros, as well as Koblevo city project. Next, Dobroslav, 403,000 euros, and Pavlograd. We also started a project in Vinnytsia. The projects I enumerated before are related to water supply, water purification, or sewage. In Vinnytsia, the situation is a bit more complicated. The project is much more innovative, and it's about using the wastewaters to get heating energy. So it's going to be the first innovative project, and we hope it will be fully implemented in future using the technology of heat pumps. This technology is used in Europe, Sweden, Denmark, and we hope to start using it in Ukraine as well. The following project is also in Burштyn city. It's for the same community, but this project is related to the sewage. Another project is in Dnipro city. It will be related to another topic. but it's also about usage of heating. Here you can see the map of sweat fund activities. So we don't have any limitations as to activities in Ukraine, except for limitations that international consultants have. We just need to take into account that when international consultants work in Ukraine, they have to have medical insurance, and the maximum insurance provided by the international companies is applied to the area no closer than 100 kilometers to active hostilities. We also look for some ways so that international companies more often invite Ukrainian subcontractors, and then Ukrainian counterparts will be able to undertake these risks and work closer to the areas of active hostilities. So I will be happy to share more information. We keep looking for new projects. Ukraine really lacks well-prepared projects. There is money, there is willingness, there are possibilities. Just give the projects. That's why Sweat Funds take into account the needs and is working actively. And I hope that after the end of one more session, we will be able to exchange contacts. Pavlo has the contacts, and we will be happy to talk to community representatives. We will send the request, and we will happy to launch new projects. Sweat Fund is a Swedish state financial institution, and as any other organization, it has its budget, let's say 30 million euros, which has to be used. If it's not fully used, they will get less for the next year. So I encourage you to start cooperation, and we will soon see the results. All the projects implemented by Sweat Funds are innovative ones. So Danish, French, Swedish consulting companies will advise as best alternative solutions as good as alternative solutions as possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's very interesting. Let's thank our speaker. A few words about the companies who were winners in the framework of these projects. These companies have well-prepared specialists, engineers. For example, Sweat Fund has 2,000 employees. Sometimes these companies have more people working for them than there are people in communities they work with. So not all the companies are able to create so successful projects. So let's thank Bogdan Senchuk and representatives of Wash Cluster. Jeszcze продолжу.
По будівництву водопроводів, по
As to the construction of water networks, there are some projects we started within the framework of a drinking water project in Ukraine. Can these projects be implemented in rural areas, in distant localities? We have an example of Kobleva. It's not a big city, and the community could apply for a grant, and an agreement is already signed. The Sweco company will implement this project in Koblivo territorial community. I don't see any barriers here. The only thing, it's very important to provide clear reasoning and set priorities. International consultants will need to work during these projects, and if you need to replace some parts of equipment, it's not kind of work an international consultant can do. If you need to set a pump, it's also not a work for international consultant. And the sums I mentioned previously are provided for the work for up to 8 months. So you need to have a substantial volume of works. So we might combine several tasks to cover all of them with the sum. Because international consultants will not participate in a project worth less. And there is a problem that small projects have the same costs that bigger ones. So there are some details here, but I heard you, and I will also ask this question to my colleagues. We'll see what can be done to centralize probably some tasks. So I suggest you contact the association, water ecology, so that we have a complex task from several communities. That's my point of view. That's something I can say from my practical experience. We already have a request worth $2 million. It's about building a filtration station for the community. Some pipes date back to 1976, plus only industrial waters go through these pipes, and community members can feel it. The networks are in a dire condition. The new constructions are being created, and we would like to build a new filtration station, and it's too pricey for the community. We could see that there are many things that are not yet launched or envisaged, and judging from this conference, we can see that when we can work on these projects even in the conditions of war, there should be investments in Ukraine even before the victory. So I invite everyone to act, and our further state, our future will depend on your activities as community heads. And you can see that you have the opportunity to get investments from the donors. You can see all the contact details. Thank you again. See you soon. I would like to ask a question about Sweat Fund and application. Our community has approximately 16,000 people, but we applied. We have a problem with wastewater treatment. and purifying instructions, and so we are going to cooperate. It's about trying and trying to implement all your goals. Another piece of information about cooperation with rural areas, I can say that cluster partners, some cluster partners work a lot in this specific area. So if you send us a request with more detailed information about what is needed, we can suggest this project to different humanitarian organizations. I cannot be sure that it will be implemented, but we will know at least about this need that it exists. Thank you, dear colleagues, for this discussion. We talked with Marion before the start of this conference, and we got the idea that we will probably organize a separate meeting and invite UNICEF Wash Cluster, Sweat Fund to it to see how Sweat Fund can support the projects which are closer to the area of active hostilities. As I already said, Sweat Fund has its own policy, and international consulting companies won't be able to do much, but WASH Cluster and colleagues working in Kramatorsk, Kherson, Marhanets, Nikopol, continue some projects.
Because if we talk to Tokmakiv's territorial community, it's impossible for international consultants to do it due to military actions very close. But if we find Ukrainian experts who could do it, then it's a solution. For instance, колеги, я просто обмінявся точкою зору, що
I have just swapped our opinions. The resources are there. The only thing is we have to think about how to apply these resources competently. And one more thing to say, Sweat Fund, the project accelerator, keeps its doors open. Keep knocking and the door will be open to you. If you don't believe that you can enter via the door, please use the window. The example of Dobroslav town, I have already spoken about its population of 20,000. They even have 16,000 population. They proved their necessity and the needs that they have, and Sweat Fund has taken it into account, and the project is already underway. So I wish you inspiration, don't give up, and keep pursuing victories. Yes, let's keep moving towards our victory. And now let's move on to the next section of our conference. Let me also mention that you can also reach out to the Ukrainian Water Association representatives, because it's exactly why we are working, and the best representatives of water supply, water area, fuel, water technologies, all of them put their heads together in order to help and best accommodate your needs. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Now we are on to the next panel discussion. My name is Yulia Chufistova, and I'm in charge of the Club of Mayors, and I'm a vice president of that. And I would like to invite the first part of that. First of all, Volodymyr Petrovich, the president of this Mayor Club, Alexander Mazurchak, the vice president of the Mayor Club, Yuri Fovichov, also the vice president of the Club of Mayors. And then we will move on to the second part. Henry Sternberg and the rest of the members of our team will make their presentation and will make their interventions. So first, I would like to give the floor to Volodymyr Petrovich, the president of the Mayor Club. The floor is yours. Hello and welcome, friends. Heartfelt greetings to all of you. I just would like to share my emotions with you. Mr. Henry, we welcome you, and you may have probably understood from this panel discussion and from the previous panel discussions, you must have understood that we have a lot of questions which are to do with management, process management. All right. Yesterday, I was so optimistic. Hackathon, a competition is running right now. It's an annual competition, and it's demonstrating a very high level, 100 ideas for mayors. It's a competition of ideas. You can choose, pick and choose whatever you want. I was not the only one choosing. I also had some assistants. We picked and chose 4 projects. Why? Only 4? Because we have slightly higher expectations and requirements than the representatives of different communities have, unfortunately. And I would like to share with you, I don't know, and probably none of those present here in the hall will be able to name, just as Mr. Nalivaiko said, when the Victory Day will come. Nobody can tell us when exactly this day will come. However, I do know that the day will come when, with all of our efforts and resources, all of the fibers of our souls, we will begin to rebuild our motherland of Ukraine. This time will definitely come. It's a must. But now we have an opportunity to start working on it now. We have every opportunity to do that. Definitely, we will be building a new Ukraine, not just recovering, because those sheds and a lot of the things that are outdated and obsolete are definitely not worth getting back to. But instead, we have to build a new Ukraine, which was a dream cherished by numerous generations, not only in terms of infrastructure, but what also matters, something that I began by, from the standpoint of efficient management. When we speak about Europe and the European Union, in the first place, what we mean by that is efficient European principles of efficient management and project implementation. And today, from today's panel discussions, we have also been able to witness that we are very far away from efficiency, even far away from the theory of management. Unfortunately, regrettably, we have to keep learning, keep picking up the principles of management. And I think that this function definitely adds to the overall idea that we need to build Ukraine, not only starting with this infrastructure, but starting with the model of the state, decentralized state of Ukraine, decentralized public management. What does it mean, decentralized? Regrettably, we hadn't completed the reform before the full-scale invasion, and it needs to be completed, whether you want it or not. What does decentralized system mean? Even during this intermediate stage, we understand what effect it holds. And now a great number of communities are there that can serve role models that demonstrate how one should act. A great number of mayors, not only belonging to my generation, but new, younger mayors. The young people who are ready to go and fight for investments towards their towns and cities. But the principles of efficient management, what are they? This is the main message. That's something that everything needs to start with. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. When we say, well, what a wonderful panel discussion is running, that hydrogen will be generated in Ukraine, that we have a surplus of water. In Israel, there is a surplus of water to the amount of 20%. Think about it. In Israel, but in our Zhytomyr region and in other regions, people are suffering for the lack of water. That's why we have to speak about the balance that Ukraine needs to enjoy and then mention added value. And before we arrive at this added value, nothing will be left. And to wrap up my intro, to say a few words about the decentralized system, which is operational in the world and results in very positive attainments, ranging from Berlin to the United Kingdom and the United States, serving a fantastic example for others to follow. On the one hand, it's about opportunities, huge windows of opportunities, because you and I, as it turns out, as we have been swapping experiences with Mr. Alexander, in local self-governance, there are a lot more opportunities available than before the war. Why? Because there are a lot of partners, international partners, who are ready to come to our rescue and help. And then the ball is in our court. What are we to offer? And we, I'm sorry to say, cannot consider a project and draw up a project that a community needs. Get together these members of this community and say, people, do we want this or do we want that? And then promote the idea further. I don't know how many efforts Yulia Chefistrova, for example, has to apply. It's all about management of a very high level. Mr. Henry he's a manager of the 21st century, a capitalist, a true capitalist, in the good sense of this word, not a fraudster or a cheat who sometimes in Ukraine call themselves capitalists. So we have it all at our disposal. All it takes is for us to roll up our sleeves and start working and utilizing this window of time to implement and build a new Ukraine. And strong health to all of you and all the best. Sorry, Yulia, but I just couldn't but share my emotions after these panels. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Volodymyr. Everything is all right. Alexander Mazurchak, first Vice President of the Mayor's Club. The floor is yours. Thank you very much indeed. Dear friends, I would like to address representatives of communities, and of course we would all like to approximate the victory. All of the communities are helping the military personnel right now, but the three top requests that the military have today, it's the electronic warfare, drones, and optical targeting systems. If, with reference to drones, the government has already regulated this issue. For the rest of these things, local communities are helping to procure all of the necessary equipment. We have a representative of a Bulgarian company which deals with EW assets. His name is Dmitry. During the break, you're welcome to approach him and exchange your contact details so that you can keep in touch with him. Thank you. Now, of course, the most important thing is having money. In order to help the front, we need to implement different infrastructural projects. And when they address communities, they say, what are your three core problems? People always say money, money, and money. But I would say that the biggest problem is not about having money, particularly today. There are three sources that we have to be mindful of. First is the state government budget, grant funding, and business investments. Let me start with the idea that Bogdan Sinchuk vocalized today, that the major problem that we have is a lack of well-prepared projects. This is the biggest problem, not the money and its lack. If there are well-prepared projects, money immediately follows. More than 700 organizations in Europe alone provide grant support to Ukraine. Just come to think about it. They are billions of euro worth. It's something that we cannot internalize. Unfortunately, the bulk of this money ends up not being internalized. And a lot of the countries that provide us with this assistance, 60 or 70% of that is internalized in their own countries. So this is another issue at stake. So when communities ask me, where do we start? What is the reference or the starting point for us to take? I will tell you the following. First, you have to shape your capability. That is to say, within your community, you have to have this unit within your village council or community council that will start looking for money. If you don't have that, then unite efforts with other communities. And that's exactly what Julia and Henry helped to do. Then within the frameworks of these associations, you can make different clusters and industrial parks and utilize a whole range of instruments that will enable you to get involved. Then they tell us, we don't have project managers. We don't have the people who can run these projects. We're a very small community, what to do? And especially for you, we have achieved this grant to prepare project managers, to equip them and train them via Marshall Fund. Right now, they're preparing 40 project managers during 3 months. We are preparing them, and they will prepare projects that can meet the needs of the European Union and European companies. But what is our biggest problem? Current communities are terribly inactive. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you who are here, because this does not relate to you. You are active, you are here, but the prevalent majority are not here. Every 2 weeks, we hold expert sessions where we provide the most up-to-date information for mayors. Everything is free of charge. Everything that the Mayor Club does is all free. We are helping you, providing you all of this information. We digest this information, and people are still unwilling to embrace that. This is the hugest issue at stake. They say, we're ready to prepare project managers. It took us a month to prepare a group of these 40 individuals who'd be willing to study. Mr. Nalivaika, before that, Pavlo Nalivaika, was a moderator of one of the previous panel discussions, and he said that there is financial support issued by the Swedish company. Terms of reference can be prepared by the Swedes. And he repeated it 3 times to different mayors, and only 9 mayors have volunteered. So we cannot get 20 volunteers. And then they say, we don't have money. No, we don't have willingness. We don't have activity. And energy efficiency is the biggest problem for us right now. We can see how much the Russian Federation is trying to destroy the energy element in Ukraine, and we will be forced into dealing with energy efficiency and diversification of energy sources. We unfortunately don't have another option. The whole world is doing that, particularly it's an acute problem for us. Raise your hand, Mr. Lepeshkin. He is a representative of GTZ. 25 projects on energy efficiency. They have already financed 12 more on right now, upcoming. The School of Energy Efficiency. I founded it many years ago, and I didn't even know that today it would be working. And now 12 projects are being funded from the school. They say sometimes, we have nowhere to fix these solar panels, then fix the windmills, do something to the waste. Right now, we are running a project in Kyiv region, 5 incineration of waste management plants in order to generate them into energy. Lots of landfill sites are there in Ukraine, so they can be generated into methane. Now, Dnipro is going to get methane gas from their sewerage system. If you get active, everything will be there. Money is there. So let us help you to get this money. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander. Before I give the floor to another vice president, Mr. Fomichov, I would like to share a little about the activities of the Mayor Club, what it is that we do. As this was mentioned, we do it all for free. There are no membership fees that the mayors or the heads of communities have to pay. So it all depends on the decisions of our council. So you're physically becoming a member, And it's up to you whether you want to become a member or not. You can see our mottos. Strong communities mean strong Ukraine. We keep working on that. For us, it's not just paying lip service. We try to turn that into action. I always begin with decentralization, as you have heard about it. Our president has already remarked about it. And I keep reiterating it to our international partners in all of our presentations. Why? Because they have to be aware of the fact that now they can already deal with the so-called decision makers in fields. And this is vitally important for them to understand. What we can ensure is this capacity to prove that our local leaders are capable of that. What do they have to be capable of? Where do we have bottlenecks or sticky points or a lack of? First of all, we lack vision. When we begin to work with the economic associations and unions, with communities overall, holding numerous consultations some 2.5 years ago, what do you have? What are your business opportunities, investment opportunities that you have to offer? We can unite you. We can put you together. And the first answers that we got, we don't know. We don't have anything. Well, what interesting can we offer? So we have to work with our active members and process everything that can be suggested as at the level of ideas. Today, we have had a number of meetings with our members, and our members know that we work on the platform Kursi that develops profiles of communities. And they have made an announcement, and they are already working on the so-called e-idea. That is to say, together with Dream platform, it's possible to work on ideation. And this already will be a great gain and a benefit for your local community, because everything begins with ideas. Then it will be accompanied with painstaking work, but at least you have to ideate, and that's wonderful. Next, it's about knowledge. Knowledge and expertise, that's something which is lacking. That's why we provide training. There are training platforms. And Mr. Alexander has already spoken about expert sessions, and we involve different kinds of experts. If any of our members have a need to get any special experts be involved, we can do these recommendations, and we can also provide systemic knowledge and expertise when we have direct proposals for training to be provided free of charge, which is the costs for that are already covered with different grant providers, and we can just employ 20 people. It's very difficult for us to get these 20 people, collect these 20 people, for them to go on a 3-month course. And sometimes we feel ill at ease. We feel so awkward. It's free. And then people say, well, during 3 months, we will have to allocate half of our day. It's a painful issue indeed for us to speak about. We have to force, we have to induce our members to get more active, because without the proper experience and knowledge, we will not be able to offer our international partners anything at all, because money doesn't grow in trees. What else is it that we do? We create economic alliances and unions, and we are offering everyone to join us. Raygorodska community, you have some issues and problems there. Maybe this can be an obstacle for the Swedes, but that's something that we can eliminate. We have a roadmap, a set of instructions how to turn a small project and scale it up to a sub-region, and that's something that Swedes will be happy with. So this tool, you can immediately see it exemplified with such organizations as Sweden. When for small communities, it's very difficult to involve investors or partners, attract them and turn themselves into a brand, disseminate information about themselves or their projects. It's much easier to do it at a level of an economic union, but naturally all of the members of such economic unions have to be equally active. We don't want them to be created just on paper, as it was popular some time ago when different organizations signed interregional memoranda, and then these memoranda are shelved in stacks and nothing is being done. It's possible to create these unions and make them active meeting the needs of specific projects. And we will probably be speaking about the industrial park, something that we are working on, Cluster Alliance. I have some separate slides dedicated exactly to what you are requesting. The first vice president is keeping everything in check. I will still be coming to it. So we are in cooperation with numerous associations, Ukrainian organizations, international ones. Any topic which is of concern or interest to our members of our association, if they think that we need to develop that, we do that. Nothing is closed from us. I have also added this slide for you to see a small example in terms of industrial parks, something that we demonstrate to our industrial international partners and possible investors, all of the locations that have become available for industrial parks. Because once again, appetite is whetted while you're eating. So this is the visualization of our opportunities. We are disseminating it across the world at different international events like this one. When we prepare communities for these international events, everything gets digitalized. We have electronic catalogs created. All of the information is pulled up and disseminated amongst all of the members of these events before, during, and after these events. Not manually, but at the international level and digitally. Here you can see a selection of photographs. It was so difficult for us to choose photographs from Tokyo. This was our first trade mission to Japan, the first trade mission organized by us. International events are fantastic. We also participate and embrace different invitations, but we would like things to run as we are interested in them. So we always plan these trips in order to meet the needs of all of the communities. We can see a big forum here presented involving several ministers online and offline. The President Jaiki was there. So under every Chetra Jaika, they were there. They were coming to us. We were coming to see us. A little bit below that, you can see the picture of us with the governor of Tokyo. She personally had this reception for us. Document flow project has already been launched today. We have had a solemn launch of Japanese-Ukrainian PPP project, their model and our model of city sisters. And on the basis of this formula, we will be selecting sister cities and towns for the Ukrainian ones. You can also see here some photographs from the Ukrainian trade and industry chambers. JICA organized a reception for us and spoke about all of their institutions. So when we go to attend these international events, we generate numerous contacts. This is another event which finished in the month of April. It was a trade mission to the Netherlands, again at the highest level. The representatives of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Special Envoy, the Program Director in all of the areas of communication and cooperation with Ukraine. They dedicated their time to speak about different financial products available in the Netherlands, spoke about what they support in terms of business communities. We had several tours around greenhouses because the focus was on agrarian sector, gardening. Several mayors went to see their locations. We went to see their locations. We went to The Hague meeting, and we went to communicate with the mayor of The Hague. So this was a really intense program for us. And just like after Japan, there will be a very intense follow-up after the Netherlands, when we will be able to join Ukrainian with the Dutch companies and prepare them for the next round of financial programs, which will get underway, as a representative of this UPF told us, in June, July this year. So the main idea is to ensure preparedness in Ukraine, and that's something that we are trying to ensure, That's why we are inviting the current members of the association to get united and the other members to unite our association. We'll definitely work towards your future development. These are our contact details. You're welcome to call me or write me. I'm also a member of the Office of International Development, and we provide all of the operational management for trade missions. Thank you. And next, the floor goes to the Vice President of the Mayor's Club. I cannot guarantee that you will get some government orders and awards together with Henry, but you will definitely get some self-governance awards which are completely priceless. I would like to run a short poll, if I may, to offer a number of questions to you. The Japanese, all of the working meetings, all of the conferences that I have attended, for example, on the issues of Chernobyl, nuclear power plant, they would always begin by saying, regardless of the fact that Japan is a very poor country, and I wanted to hide under the table. Why could they say so? Because we believe them to be extremely rich, because they're rich in their mind, aspirations, and labor. They can implement a great number of projects themselves, but these relations between Ukraine and Japan have to be transparent and frank, and they have to feel this inspiration, this willingness, initiative, and creativity on the Ukrainian side. And a small question, if I may. Certification. Certificates are offered to you. Just volunteer, go, study. It's free of charge. And international certificates will be issued to you. And then you will be able to go to any international company for work, and they will embrace you gladly. So 12 principles, European principles of efficient management. Have you ever heard about them? Who can name principle number 12? Because I've been teaching recently. Come on, principle number 12 of efficient management. I wanted it to be number 1 because I'm also an honorary member of the Congress. I'm an honorary member of the Council of Europe. So this principle number 12 needs to rank number 1 in Ukraine, but they prohibited doing that. They said, not first, you have to do something, and then you have to recap it with principle 12. And this is the principle of responsibility. Our local self-governance needs to do a lot. A lot has been done in terms of decentralization, but we need to learn this responsibility, and then everything will be perfectly all right. Thank you very much indeed. Hello to everyone. For you to understand, do we have any business representatives here? I can see association representatives, so thank you for being here. See, somehow local governments, self-governments still didn't want to come here and hear about what we have done as a mayor's club. It's a cool organization. You have probably heard it several times today. Free of charge, free of charge, free of charge. We probably need to charge money, and then probably more people will join us.
You mentioned, and Yulia told also about the activities. Henry will also speak about economic cooperation, but I would like to add a few more simple messages. We are often asked what kind of country we're building, what is the future scenario for development. It's already there, we all know it, because our constitution clearly states what we are building, where we are going to the European Union and the North Atlantic Alliance. It is already mentioned in the constitution of Ukraine. What other scenarios do we need? On the other hand, the European Union last year demonstrated its willingness to see Ukraine as a member of the EU. There is this decision. We are going to start the negotiation process, but it looks like we don't really believe in it. I remember there was a tale when there was no rain for a long time in a village. The pastor suggested to come one morning to pray for the rain. And the only girl came with the protective covers, and she was the only one to believe. When we say how we should reconstruct Ukraine, we should, of course, take quick decisions, but to think about more long-term perspective. There is a European Union directive as to the water supply. There is also a directive about the energy management. We cannot even speak about gas and oil because we need to think about different long-term solutions, and the Mayors Club works in this direction. So I would like to say thank you to the whole team of Mayors Club for everything that has been happening, because there is a lot of money actually, and we cooperate, we work with our European partners who often say that they cannot give us more. So what we get now is less than we will get later. So I think the biggest problem today is human resources, is specialists who need to work on different projects. And someone already mentioned that if we need to attract money, everything is provided to us. Everyone is ready to help us. We just need to file an application. We also organize expert session. We offer training for people. Of course, some of them will undergo this training, and if they know English, they will go somewhere else. But we need to maintain this structure. That's my second message to all of us. Because Mayor's Club, it's all of us. It's local slow governance, but I think this association is very flexible. We follow some basic principles while organizing our events and activities, and Henry will tell you more about economic unions. We do not turn Mayor's Club into a political body. We create policies, we develop policies, but we do not create a political body. We just do our work, we attract investments, we speak about economic developments. That's our priority. And I think that's something that makes us stronger today. We're independent. We're completely independent. Nothing has an influence on us. So we just get united. We organize trade missions, industrial parks. So thank you on behalf of all the mayors absent here today. Thank you. Now I would like to give the floor to Henry Sterenberg, Economy of Trust Ecosystem President. It's Mayor's Club strategic partner. And I think there will be also a separate presentation. Yes, thank you. I'm very happy to see everyone. I don't really speak well Ukrainian, so I will use Russian. But I hope you will get the most important messages. For us, it's crucial that everyone understands that the topics we've been discussing today, the problems are quite similar. We understand that the biggest problem of our country is in our country, resources we will be given another problem, and all the mayors actually come from abroad, and after some meetings they state that their assistance is not needed. So I would like to speak about some examples. I will also soon go to the US, and we will invite a trade mission to Ukraine so that they see actual projects in Ukraine. And I would like to start my presentation with giving you the understanding of the global problems we address. So the first part, all for Ukraine, for all of Ukraine. It was hard to find this logo, but we found it. There was a huge problem created by the Soviet Union. The centralized planning of the economy, it cannot exist in democracy. And it's a huge problem because historically, mayors have never dealt with business. They were never responsible for economy. And for us, it's very important that mayors understand that they are responsible for the economy of their municipalities. What does it mean? They all should ensure startup ecosystem, working with business, international relations, all of that. How did we solve this problem? One second. Back. So we solved this problem this way. We found partners, best partners in the world. For every component a municipality should have to create a well-functioning economy at the level of municipalities. We have a unique opportunity to build our economy from the bottom to the top. That's why I came back to Ukraine. What does it mean? These resources will allow any municipality to start developing their economy from the bottom to the top. Without that, we won't be able to develop our economy. What do we need? First of all, we need to understand what are the risks. And actually, when I was in the Netherlands, I said that our task as an organization is having over 60 associations from all over the world, and this number will further increase. We give you the opportunity to mitigate most risks. You know about all the risks, the war, the corruption, etc. I would like to speak about decentralization. Decentralization is also a huge risk, but at the same time, it provides huge opportunities. Why is it a risk? Because we do not know what it means. We do not know how to build economy from the bottom to the top, and it's a big problem for our country. What can we do about the human resource? First, let's clarify the following. Automatization will eliminate 30 to 40% of the necessary human resource. From the point of view of management, take people like me who left Ukraine in 1979, 1980s. There are 30 million of them, and it might be interesting for them to come back because this country will receive funding. And people like me who already got some expertise, who have some networks, might come back. I know at least 100 people who will come back to Ukraine when opportunities present themselves. So when we speak about Ukraine, we cannot only speak about one single project, water, warehouse, some projects of construction, we should speak about the opportunities in general, which are not only related to war. Ukraine becomes more and more interesting for the world because we can see that everyone is no longer as interested in China as they were. So our goal is by creating economic unions to create smart cities. I would like everyone to hear it. Money won't come to Ukraine directly. It will never happen. What do I mean by that? They will come through different Western states, Asian states, through different companies. These states will fund their companies that will be able to find partners in Ukraine to execute specific projects in Ukraine. So the task number one is to think about quality of life. We have 17 economic unions. As of now, it's more than 100 of communities, almost 10% of our communities, and it was also only a data test. Don't forget, we are a startup. Just as Zelensky, as Biden, we don't know what's going to happen, but we know what has to be done to achieve this market fit. And next slide, please. How do we do it? First of all, we have a global approach. You mentioned SWECO, but they have been working with us for a lot of time, and you will hear more about it in the second part. For us, it's important that you understand that this audience changed since the beginning of war. What changed is the source of demand. Even before the war, I was asking around the world to come to Ukraine. Now everyone's asking how can they come to Ukraine. And we as a team created the most important part. We started creating business units. We replaced the commercial department, basically the commercial department of the state. The mayor's club becomes a de facto commercial department of our state, responsible for the development of municipal economies. And third part, as you can see, there are over 60 countries among our strategic partners. Every company is a specialist in their specific area. They come with us and they allow to address any problem in economic union. Let's take a look at the following slide. What's called economy of trust? It's tower of trust. So what's the main feature? We stabilize any process. Any foreign company coming to Ukraine needs to understand what is Ukraine, how it works, because for them, this environment is alien in 95% of cases. They need time, so we provide them with this time. We assess their needs, and we start business matchmaking. We start creating collaborations with Ukrainian companies who can potentially become their partners. Next, in the second phase, it's about discovery. Business will take decisions whether they're interested, whether they're ready to proceed. So there is the first part, which is trade, the second part, which is project development. The following stage means that this project needs to be ready for business. Everything should be legal, and only then we will be able to get money. And as you know, we already have an investment committee at our mayor's club. There will be 5 people, excluding me. Why is it important? Investment committee will ensure a direct approach for every mayor. Without banks, without state, mayors will have access to private equity, to some grants. Why is it important? Because depending on your projects on your side, you will have different needs. For example, there is a kindergarten project. They apply for DREAM. It won't be very interesting, but if we say that there are 500 communities applying for this project, kindergarten project, it will be interesting. And that's where we start the following part. So I would like you to look at the project. Sorry if it's too hard to read the slide, but these are the projects that already apply for funding. And I would like you to look closely at the qualification of projects and how we select projects. As an investment banking specialist, I would like to say that first of all, these projects should be fundamentally important for the development of community. The next part, it should be needed all over the country. Third, it should create working places. Fourth, it should be scalable all over the country. Why is it important? Because by doing one project in one municipality as MVP, minimum viable product, we can later scale it up for the whole country. Now about the project which will become famous in Ukraine. It's something called Knowledge City. It's in the western Ukraine. It will become a model. As you can see, there are 4 communities here, and it's on 1,000 hectares. Just for you to understand the scale, we are already talking with many actors in financial world. There are 25 industrial clusters, and every agro-logistic energy cluster will have its own documentation, and it's free for all the communities. Only the mayor's clubs will be able to do it by saving money and time. Every industrial cluster will have a startup ecosystem. We will not build a new valley. It's about a new approach where a startup ecosystem is inside an industrial cluster. Why? Because it gives an opportunity for startups to decrease the cost, and it will also ensure permanent access to innovations. It creates a cycle of innovations, which is critically important for startup ecosystems and many other things. Now, when we speak about the project of this level, AgroValley is worth 1.5 billion. Basically, these are 3 big projects that we are already implementing. There will be another trade mission to Ukraine, so they will go there, then to our economic unions. I am a seller. My task is to give an opportunity for our foreign partners to come here. I would like you to understand that the most important tool for every municipality is public-private investment. It's a financial instrument which is important everywhere from China to the US. I can guarantee that, as I already mentioned, I will be in the US on Monday, and we have opportunities to use this tool to rebuild the whole trajectory because it includes mitigating all the risk for all the stakeholders.
If you have any questions, you're welcome to ask me. I don't know who is next to follow after me. Thank you. Water Association is our partner, and they have invited us to make a presentation today. I would also like to introduce to you West Ukraine Analytics as our partner. Andriy Hnap is the lead of this project, CEO. It's very difficult to work with different alliances, and especially on waste management projects. Waste is all about materials and resources, just like we talked about that in Tokyo. They don't have any landfill sites in Japan. They don't have any waste bins. And for us, it was a point of shock when I shared this with Europeans. They are also at a point of shock because you would like to discard something and it's impossible to throw anywhere away. It's a point of secret. Check it out. Why? But because we aspire to reach the levels of our partners globally, and Andriy will share with us how we can achieve that. Okay, dear colleagues and counterparts, good afternoon. Let's check that our presentation runs. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Andriy Hnap. I'm a Chief Executive Officer of Waste Analytics Ukraine, and we provide information about different kinds of waste in Ukraine. Today, I will try to speak about the roles of water and water resources and the tools associated with that when we make the transition to the circular economy. I always begin my presentation with a famous expression by the American economist who was responsible for the post-war recovery and reconstruction of Japan, William Edwards Deming. He said, without data, you're just another person with an opinion. So in our work, of all of the aspects that Henry and other predecessors spoke about, we need to operate data. So from some conceptual things, let us move on slowly but surely to specifics. Everyone knows that in addition to everyone needs to aspire to sustainable development because we need to pass on very good legacy to our posterity. But it's not always something that we manage to do. When the previous speaker spoke about trends that we have and the senses that we try to operate, by and large, we may say that the trends that we have right now, climatic change, technological industrial revolution, inequity, rising shocks and crises, all of this needs to be considered, in particular in Ukraine, this level of uncertainty that we constantly have to be mindful of, lack of water resources, human resources in particular. So circular economy. Usually emphasis is placed on sustainable consumption and industrial production, because today we are also stressing a lot on water. These are probably items 6 and 14, which are to do with water. But I would like to tell you about the role of water and the utilization of water resources in all of the aspects when we make the transition to the circular economy as a country at large. You probably know that in Ukraine, there is a traditional linear model that you have to locate some materials, utilize that, use it, and then discard it. This is a linear economic model. But right now, we would like to move on to recycling model, and our politicians say that we will build 5, 20, 50 waste management plants, reusing, recycling plants. However, the policy of the European Union wants to move on to the circular economy when no waste is generated at all. So the greatest priority is prevention. We have heard about that, but it's interesting to see how this happens in practice. And in practice, what happens is we have this uncertainty concerning what circular economy is all itself, because the Lena McCartney Foundation and the European community, they speak about these being really complex, comprehensive issues. So I have selected this particular definition. This circular economy is an overall term that covers all types of activities that diminish and decrease reuse and recycle the materials, making sure that we can once again utilize them in the future. So now Ukraine will be faced with another challenge, recovering different biological biodiversity systems, particularly in the east and in the south of the country. And this is also one of the principles of the circular economy, recovery of the systems, reducing waste and making sure that this production is maintained at different levels for as long as it can be. And that's something which is attributed to all different types of goods. The majority of negative impact exerted on the environment is at the stage of design. The way that we produce our goods, all of the stands that we have to offer. If all of these production facilities keep the linear model in their mind, this will impact both the consumption and all of the other aspects that we will talk about. The principal difference between the linear and circular business models lies in the fact that circular business models also account for how materials are being utilized. So today, we have every ground to make an illustration of the following thing. We have a lot of ways to apply drills. So do we need a drill or do we need to bore a hole in the wall? The majority of people who will build something, they just need to bore a hole in the wall. But the linear business model says, buy yourself a drill that costs 5,000. But the circular model says, fine, rent it at 500 hryvnias and do as many holes as you want. So all of this equipment that we have above us needs to be rethought or reconsidered, both by the producers and the users and those who allocate money for that. So if we need to rent nomenclature for a particular infrastructural project, and it can be reduced by 30-40% in terms of renting rather than procuring this equipment for their municipality or for a community, so this drastically changes the way that we approach the project implementation. And that's something that is being used at the level of the strategy for circular business models. So it's all about sharing economy. Uber, for example, all of those services that enable us to use different applications. They can be numerous and of multiple kinds. But businesses and communities can already apply them, and this will be an entirely different story. Why am I sharing about this today? All of these approaches can be applied basically to any goods and services. Try to reconsider how things are produced and used. Think about how this is consumed. Are they cheap, expensive, these resources, in the way that they can be applied? And most importantly, how this affects the application of these resources. If to produce a particular good, a lot of water is used, like cotton for making clothes, textiles, in order to grow and make them into clothes, it takes a lot of water. But then this clothing is used for a long time, then it takes much less water. And this is the logic of the economy, producing less of particular goods, fewer of particular goods, and thus meeting the needs of consumers in other goods. And this is particularly currently relevant if there is repeat production, recycling of the application of certain equipment, particularly when we talk about the usage of water, which is why this slide is in front of you. Reuse, repeat use of production facilities is extremely important. Now that new policies are being developed, we are working with the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Digital Transformation, and we are working very much with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So first of all, it touches upon the finance in order to be able to attract investment. When we speak about resources which are necessary and technologies that accompany finance. Above us are some of the counterparts and colleagues that can be talked to concerning how their technologies can be used when we make transition to the circular business models. Now, a few important things to say concerning the general conceptual transition to industry of 4.0 and 5.0, we can see that more sensors are going to be used. In the pavilion above us, you will be able to see that a smart sensor, smart accounting for all of these things is transmitted via different information systems. So it's of vital importance to have all of these digital platforms in place, and they will enable you to understand that by default, you need to save resources, in particular water. But this jocular slide, why it is also necessary to have data for information, because more often than not, when the dialogue takes place between the population and the heads of the community, to avoid the situation that I am the cleverest and you don't understand anything, you have to operate data and statistics in order to run this constructive and productive dialogue. And a brief conclusion concerning business models and this transition to circular economy. We need to understand and be aware of the role that we can play. How can communities stimulate this transition to circular things? How businesses can affect that? What resources and stimuli it takes? How much money and information is needed? All of this is necessary in these 4 dimensions: behavioral models, what we as users have to implement, and what it takes at the national level by the government. And a few words about my team. We have been collecting information about waste in Ukraine during the last 20 years. Although our organization has been in operation in 5 years, so we exchange this information, providing communities with these sensors, not just making sure that they bury all that, but making sure that people understand what recycling is all about. Just like as Henry said, it's important to calculate everything it takes for the business project implementation and how money will be returned. So if you want to hear more about how business can be run in your community, here are my contact details. I'm going to stay here for a while. We can also speak on the sidelines. That's briefly all for me. Now let me give the floor to Sergei Shinkarenko, who will tell us more about the work with economic unions and commercial department within the economic union. Commercial Department of Economic Unions. Good afternoon. Hello. I will make this presentation as the manager of the Commercial Department of Economic Units, and I will get down to the core. What is it all about? How does it work? And how much does it cost? Let me give you a specific example. An economic union, which is created by communities, creates a task force or a working group that includes both private business representatives within this community and representatives of the municipality in these communities. Then this task force or this working group shapes an application, generates an application, then considers the projects available within this economic union, then selects the best ones, makes an application, and submits it to us, to the commercial department. This commercial department, in its turn, allocates a manager to run this project or projects, and then implements all the follow-up work in terms of looking for the optimal sources of financing, and he or she contacts investors when these investors get found, or that there are some sources of financing identified. That is to say that the commercial department is pretty much like a clutch within the car. Men understand what it is all about. There is transmission, the engine, but the commercial department is like a clutch within the car or vehicle. How much is it going to cost for the communities? 0 hryvnias, $0 or euros. The commercial department works based on the grant allocated money. Why are we called a commercial department? Because in the final count, out of these projects will be created something which is of commercial value, because this is the core, this is of primary importance. Now, let me demonstrate to you how it functions, the whole functionality of the economic department. We work with the Ukrainian private business that can also submit their applications, because it's a no secret to anyone that any industrial business in Ukraine finds difficulty in terms of attracting investment, because you know that banks charge very high interest rates, they require collateral or security, and industrial manufacturing facilities cannot provide anything much. And attracting foreign investors can also take years, so the results are uncertain. Therefore, of course, we are ready to embrace applications submitted by Ukrainian private businesses, working economic groups of such economic unions comprised of territorial communities, and we will carry out a full complex of works for foreign businesses which may also be interested in entering such projects on the basis of public-private partnership, of private-public partnership. But these are private companies, private investment funds. In other words, private companies and funds cover the costs for the implementation of projects within Ukraine or PPP projects. So how is the commercial department going to help you? Something that I have already mentioned. You can read it on this slide. On behalf of Ukraine, we undertake the following steps. Prepare the project in such a way that they are understandable, comprehensible to potential foreign partners or financiers. And then the interested parties can be brought together, joined in a working group, and then these projects will be transferred to a stage of project preparation. So how do we go about doing that? We have 8 units, which is responsible for their own area of responsibility. So we have areas which are responsible for strategic planning, others are busy dealing with analytics of projects, others tackle economic issue and economic viability of the project, others are responsible for personnel to implement a project. If it's an industrial project or a manufacturing project, it requires personnel, manpower, location where everything will be placed. Every unit ensures its area of responsibility. So what do we do in fact? We help Ukrainians and people from abroad to speak the same language. Why are there not foreign investments coming to Ukraine? Because foreign companies and investors fail to understand Ukraine, do not understand the tax code, lack understanding of where they can enter, how everything works, etc. But we assume this responsibility upon ourselves to exercise the communication on behalf of the Ukrainian companies and communicate with foreign counterparts and run projects up until the point when one of the parties will say it is interested and the other party understands everything fully and vocalize their consent to meet physically and start interacting. Why is a commercial department necessary? Because we understand the needs and aspirations of both foreign investors and Ukrainian businessmen and communities. We know the Ukrainian mindset and understand our reality. We can clearly see the prospects and the future of Ukraine to the best of our ability. We participate in the finalization of projects directly up until the stage when they become accessible and meet the needs of the foreign investors or partners. It's also necessary to mention that we do it not only at the stage of preparing the projects themselves, but also supported comprehensively after this project is full-fledged and becomes a business, takes shape of a business. Why are these businesses needed based on the PPP principle? To ensure that communities can develop, because the more businesses are set up, the more industrial clusters and parks are established. They can ensure the steep, speedy development of local communities and creation of a large number of jobs. Within the focus is always the well-being and happiness of every specific individual residing within the community. This is the final goal, the end objective that we are doing these things for. It has to be people-centric. If people's well-being rises, if households are happier, the people who have left Ukraine will be coming back. They will feel needed and wanted in Ukraine. And we are very much interested and eager to help you. And for that, we were ready to contribute all of our experience and capacity. That's all from me. Thank you very much, dear friends. Let me say the following. The concept of the commercial department that Sergei has just been talking about is one of the core elements ensuring our success. Every economic unit will have its own commercial department working on projects, maintaining relations with these foreigners who will be coming to our country. Thank you very much indeed.